Welcome everybody on behalf of NIAD at this special conference on the occasion of the 20th anniversary of Holocaust and Genocide Studies in Amsterdam. Welcome particularly to the keynote speakers and commentators, some of whom are here at the Balie Conference Center in Amsterdam, but most are elsewhere, all over the globe, connected to us through the web. They will be introduced by our host of today, my colleague Üngör, since last year Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at NIAD and the University of Amsterdam. Dear audience, it's a special occasion for various reasons. First, this is an experiment. It's a hybrid meeting with about 750 people watching and listening. It's an experiment, and we hope to learn from it for the future. We think in the future this will stay a very common and regular way of conferencing, not only because of COVID-19, but also because we want to reduce traveling because of global warming, and also it makes meeting, particularly on a global scale, in many respects easier. So we hope to learn from this experience. Secondly, this is, as I said, a special occasion because it marks an anniversary, 20 years of Holocaust and Genocide Studies in Amsterdam. Marking this moment, we decided that it's time for looking backward and to move forward. And when we look backward, we may even look back further than just the last 20 years. In just 2 days, it's exactly 60 years ago that the Eichmann trial started. A trial that showed 13 years after the adoption of the Genocide Convention, it showed for the eyes of the world, quite literally, through a brand new mass medium, television, how the massive, systematic killing of millions actually took place and how it was organized. A few weeks later, though unnoticed for a long time, at the other side of the ocean, a scholar published a study that would lay the historical theoretical basis for Holocaust and Genocide Studies, Carol Gluck. Both events turned out to stand at the beginning of a lasting political, philosophical and scholarly interest into the history of persecution and mass killing by Nazi Germany and other genocides. A development that culminated in the year 2000 in the Stockholm International Forum on the Holocaust, an occasion on which 34 governments signed a declaration to strengthen, advance and promote Holocaust education, research and remembrance worldwide. It was this declaration that led to the establishment of Holocaust and Genocide Studies in Amsterdam, a joint initiative by the Dutch government, the University of Amsterdam and the Netherlands Institute of War Documentation, NIAD, an institute of the Royal Academy of Sciences. It was decided to create a center for research that would also organize a master program in Holocaust and Genocide Studies at the University of Amsterdam. It started as an independent center, though in the same building as NIAD, until 2011, when the two institutes merged into the NIAD Institute of War, Holocaust and Genocide Studies. The research of the institute covers a wide field of study, from comparative genocide studies to the study of mass violence in mainly 20th century Europe and Asia, particularly the Second World War. This broad perspective will be one of the main themes of today's conference. How do genocide and Holocaust studies relate to other related fields engaged in the study of war and mass violence? I think at this point, it's the right moment to give the floor to my colleague, Professor Nanci Adler, and I would like to wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. I too would like to extend a warm welcome to our audience and a special welcome to our keynotes and participants, some of whom are tuning in at the crack of dawn today. Thank you for being here with us. My name is Nanci Adler, Professor of Memory, History, and Transitional Justice at the NIOD and the University of Amsterdam, and I have had the privilege of overseeing Holocaust and Genocide Studies at the NIOD for the last 7 years. But going further back, I joined Holocaust and Genocide Studies at the NIOD 18 years ago and have witnessed tremendous growth in the organization and the field itself. Our distinguished speakers today will reflect on the historical, paradigmatic, and mnemonic context of the Holocaust, the relationship between war and genocide, emergent research trends, and the future of Holocaust and genocide research. I would therefore like to take this opportunity to provide a short overview of the field's and our own development in these last 20 years since the Netherlands signed the Stockholm Declaration. I won't go into that, Frank just did so. Looking back on the contributions of the faculty, students, doctoral candidates, and postdocs, we have responded to societal and academic discussions, but we have also done some agenda setting of our own. Since our establishment, we have been studying the connection between the Holocaust and other genocides and even other forms of 20th century mass political repression, such as Stalinism and the Gulag. Victim-centered studies, long the standard in Holocaust investigation, expanded into perpetrator studies. And as binary categorizations became insufficient to understand responses to extreme violence, we probed the gray zone. We have investigated and published microhistories, but also broader conceptual works and after-stories based on archival research and eyewitness testimony. Looking at the field, in the footsteps of extensive interviewing of Holocaust survivors, in the last 2 decades, many more oral history projects emerged in the wake of new genocides. To name but a few, Selma Leidersdorf's oral histories of Bosnian genocide survivors, Aaron Jesse's interviews with Rwandan survivors, Timothy Williams' interviews with Khmer Rouge perpetrators, and closer to home, Uğur's interviews with Syrian perpetrators and victims, and my own work with Gulag returnees and communist true believers. These eyewitness accounts have offered insight into a broad range of questions on the dynamics of mass political repression. Additionally, in recent years, valuable eyewitness testimonies have emerged from court transcripts and truth commissions. Both the oral histories and these court and commission-generated narratives have shed light on questions as specific as what the chain of command was. They also furthered our understanding of how survival was often the result of choiceless decisions and of how victims coped in the aftermath of survival. Through the years, our students in the master's program conducted interview-based research projects on subjects as varied as the experiences of Canadian residential school survivors and those of the children of perpetrators in Argentina, to the flight stories of battle-age men who escaped from Srebrenica. One recent graduate conducted interviews with a convicted Rwandan perpetrator in a Dutch prison, and the list goes on. The practice or study of transitional justice in all of its broad manifestations, including trials, truth commissions, restitution, monuments, and curriculum reform, has become part and parcel of our field of Holocaust and Genocide Studies. The NIOD had an extensive research program, coining and chronicling the age of transitional justice. We looked at everything from the language of compensation claims to the trial record to historians on trial. Johannes Houwington Kate was an expert witness in the Demjanjuk trial, and Thijs Bouwknecht became an expert analyst of international war crimes tribunals and trial transcripts, having observed 150 trials. Our Holocaust research has included Karel Berkov's pioneering work on Ukraine. He also functioned as chief historian at the Babinjar Memorial, where he worked on the narrative of this harrowing killing site. And more recently, Laurien Vastenhout, a graduate of our program, has now joined the faculty and is completing a manuscript for her forthcoming Cambridge University Press book on the Jewish councils of Western Europe. In parallel to the larger field, many themes run through all of our NIOD research. Among them is, for example, the long shadow of repression, genocide, war, and dictatorship. With the global ascent of the human rights discourse, that shadow is becoming even longer, as we can no longer avoid the urgent area of inquiry regarding the intergenerational legacy of historical injustices. Dirk Moses, who has long pondered this theme, will talk about this later. Adding to the investigation of violence committed, adding to the investigation of recent political violence, the investigation of violence committed decades and centuries ago has the potential to, among others, facilitate a deeper understanding of the roots of racial inequality today. As we witness the end of Western exceptionalism, NIOD has become involved in international collaboration regarding mapping slavery and racial redress practices, historical dialogues, and investigating the crimes of colonialism. Allow me, in closing this opening, to revisit one of the most extraordinary moments I can remember in our Holocaust and Genocide Studies public activity programming. It was 2004, and Karel Berkov and I wanted to organize an event on Nazism and Stalinism. How could we best bring these two themes together in the public space? We found a very special approach in the form of two speakers from a now virtually disappeared generation. We invited Kolyma survivor and memoir publisher Semyon Vilensky and Sobibor survivor and historian Jolle Demmers to come together for a conversation on the consciousness of the camp in their daily lives. And Wendell, if I might have the slide. Thank you. Here you can see Mr. Vilensky on my left, Mr. Schelpis on my right, and this was at the dinner after the event. This hangs next to my desk. Prisoners used to say about Kolyma that it was 12 months winter and the rest summer. And Sobibor was one of the most notorious killing sites of Operation Reinhardt. We opted, however, not to focus on the depredations of the camp experience itself, but rather the effect that the experience had on their everyday lives. Though these two individuals survived two entirely different regimes of terror, their testimonies bore witness to the many commonalities victims experienced in its aftermath. Most importantly, trauma. The camp experience lived on in their daily lives, but Vilensky and Schelpis were able to channel that particularly constructively. They each devoted the rest of their lives to the purpose of investigating and publishing evidence-based accounts on the crimes of the regimes that had victimized them, for themselves and to bear witness for those who did not survive. While this may not be a primary goal of our research in Holocaust and Genocide Studies, it is certainly a noble outcome. And with that, I'll turn the floor over to Professor Uğur, who will host today's symposium, and I will look forward to returning later to discuss future directions.
Thank you very much, Nanci. Hello, everyone. My name is Uğur Üngör. I'm the professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at the NIOD and the program leader of Holocaust and Genocide Studies since last year. I'm also coordinator of a research project on mass violence in Syria and Iraq. My most recent book is Paramilitarism, Mass Violence in the Shadow of the State, and I'm now working on a book on violence against civilians in Syria. I will be your host today. We have a very rich program. I hope, of course, that everybody will stick to time, and I also hope that the technology will not fail us. We have a very rich program with keynotes, 2 responses, and a discussion afterwards, as well as questions from the public that will be collected on Zoom, and a selection of which will be posed at the end of the panel. Please state your name and affiliation, please, if you would like to ask a question. Our keynote of our first panel is Professor Amos Goldberg. He's professor at the Department of Jewish History and Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. His research focuses primarily on the cultural and literary history of Jews during the Holocaust, the study of trauma, the historiography of the Holocaust, and on the development of Holocaust memory in the global age. He has published very widely on these topics. 2 examples are his books Trauma in First Person, Diary Writing During the Holocaust, 2017, and The Holocaust and the Nakba, A New Grammar of Trauma and History, 2018. His works have been translated in 6 languages, and he has held many visiting professorships. Our 2 discussants will be Professor Eva Kovacs, professor and head of academic affairs at the Vienna Wiesenthal Institute for Holocaust Studies and research chair in the Institute of Sociology at the Hungarian Academy of Sciences. Her research fields are the history of the Holocaust in Eastern Europe, research on memory and remembrance, and Jewish identity in Hungary and Slovakia. She has published widely in these fields, for example, the book Das Judenlager Gerasdorf, 2016, and she is also the founder of the audiovisual archive Voices of the 20th Century in Budapest. Our second discussant will be Kristin Platt. She is the director of the Institute of Diaspora and Genocide Research at the Ruhr-Universität Bochum. Her research interests include structures of political violence, genocide and trauma research, genocide survivors in court, Armenian survivor narratives, Jewish identity in the diaspora, and much more. She is the editor of the Zeitschrift für Genozidforschung, and her recent publications include Gewaltraum Mittelmeer, 2020, and the forthcoming book Die Namen der Katastrophe. And the discussion will be facilitated by my colleague Laurien Vastenhout. She's researcher and lecturer at the NIOD Institute. Her research focuses primarily on the history of the Second World War in Western Europe, with a specific focus on Jewish responses to the Holocaust. She's also been involved in various Holocaust exhibitions and photography projects. Her comparative study on the Jewish councils in Western Europe is forthcoming with Cambridge University Press. Professor Goldberg, the digital floor is yours.
Okay, sorry, I unmuted myself. So I say thank you very much for this kind introduction and invitation. Thank you for the commentators, for the organizers, for you, for this really forthcoming fascinating event. So it's a great honor also to attend. I think it's a postponed 17th anniversary of NIOD, one of the oldest and most prestigious research institution of modern violence, as we just heard. According to its website, NIOD conducts research on the Second World War, the Holocaust, genocide, and extreme war violence in 20th and 21st century. The comparative and international orientation of its research policy enables NIOD to produce new insights for academia and society, and this already cuts into the heart of my talk. The question which was posed to me by the organizers was whether the changing perspective of the era of post-colonialism has also reached the field of Holocaust studies and how the Holocaust fits in the global history of genocide. In my talk, I will narrow down the question and try to address in a very partial and hesitative way the smaller question, but still a very big question: what are the relations between Holocaust studies and post-colonial studies? As you will see, I have no clear answer to this question, but I wish to share with you a few perspectives and observations. So first observation. A field of study is mainly determined by its institutions, curricula, journals, conferences, and so on. So I superficially checked what has been published in the last decade in the perceived to be, or two of the most leading journals in the field, the Yad Vashem Studies and Holocaust and Genocide Studies. The results are not very surprising. Yad Vashem publishes only on the Holocaust, and to my impression, the vast majority of the articles rarely integrate colonial and post-colonial perspective, except, and this is an interesting exception that we might talk about afterwards, except for articles which focus on the Holocaust in North Africa, and perhaps also memory in Africa, but there are very few of them. The picture in Holocaust and Genocide Studies is a bit different, but only a bit. Despite being called Holocaust and Genocide Studies, the vast majority of the articles are devoted to Holocaust history and only a small minority to other genocides, and even those very rarely relate to colonial genocides. Moreover, my impression is that, again, very seldom those articles integrate a radical post-colonial critical perspective into their analysis. The picture in conferences is not very different. Again, so I did not survey all conferences, there are so many, but I checked the conferences in lessons and legacies, which I would say that's the field's main annual or biannual conference. So in the 2019 70 pages program of the Munich First European Lessons and Legacies Conference, the word colonial does not appear even once, nor does the word imperial. The word genocide appears several times, but most of them at the end of at one panel regarding in the brochure of the program, out of 35 panels dedicated to precisely topic Holocaust legacies and genocide studies. The 2018 conference, which took place a year earlier in St. Louis and was named the Holocaust and Global Perspective and the Holocaust Global Perspective and National Narrative, the global perspective of conference made me expect things to be a bit different, but here again, the picture is not very different, according at least to the word count. The word colonial appears 5 times, and most of them in one panel, and in the whole 20 pages program. The findings in previous, now I expected St. Louis, it's really a very important city between the South and the West in America and has a history of slavery, but still it was, at least those buzzwords were not, those keywords were not mentioned in the program. And I know it's a problematic survey because I know some of the panels did relate to those issues, but still it's not upfront, and I think it's indicative to the extent that those themes are integrated into at least the panels that were presented on those conferences, and the findings in previous conferences are very much along the same lines. Obviously, this random checking cannot exhaust the state of the art in Holocaust scholarship, which is much more complex. So now I move to my second observation. We all know very well the works of very many scholars, such as Dirk Moses, who was with us, Jürgen Zimmer, Wendy Lower, Shirley Baranowski, Shirley Gilbert, Raz Segal, and we can go on, as well as many others who study Nazism and the Holocaust while drawing in very many and diverse ways on the study of colonialism, imperialism, and post-colonialism. I think we can point to 3 main areas of study where this engagement indeed proved to be very fruitful. The first is in understanding the radical violence of Nazi Germany, especially in the East. Viewing Nazi Germany as yet another imperial or settler colonial state explains much of the excessive violence in the East committed against the local indigenous populations, and in many ways also including the Jews. Some apply colonial logic, for example, for explaining also the dynamics of violence among smaller places like Hungary, Bulgaria, Romania, and others, who acted most violently in their colonized periphery as they were trying to colonize and homogenize it. The second area of research, which benefited from this engagement between this Holocaust studies and colonial or post-colonial, anti-colonial studies, is of course the study of racism. Racist discourse, whether scientific, political, popular, or other, inevitably entangle the history of the Jews in Europe with the histories of non-European within Europe and outside of it in the colonies, including in settler colonial state. And the third area of study in which the Holocaust is put into conversation with colonialism and post-colonialism studies is memory studies. Here, the work of Michael Rothberg on the multidirectional memories is key. So there's quite a lot of scholarly writing which intersects Holocaust studies and colonial, post-colonial perspectives. But I want to suggest that this scholarship takes place for its most part, outside or on the margins of the major institutions of Holocaust studies, not always, but for the most part, and it is very often perceived contentious, provocative, radical, and at times even political. A third perspective. Now I want to take a quick and hesitative look at the field of post-colonial studies. Now, post-colonial is also a term debated, of course, I'm aware of that, but for the sake of our talk, this is how I call it. I say hesitative as I think it's a much bigger field, more diverse, and with which I'm less familiar. I will superficially focus on two prominent contemporary post-colonial intellectuals, Achille Mbembe and Mahmoud Mamdani. Undoubtedly, these two examples can't exhaust the whole field, but perhaps they are indicative of something. Mbembe is perhaps best known for coining the term necropolitics, which is a polemic variation of Foucault's biopolitics or biopower. In an essay called Necropolitics, published in 2003, he relates extensively to Nazi violence and to the Holocaust, but in a very different way that we are accustomed to in Holocaust studies. His object of study is not the Holocaust per se as such, but rather modernity. The Holocaust serves here in his study as one illuminative formation in the genealogy of modern violence and domination. The essay discusses the Holocaust together with other forms of domination and violence, mainly colonial, where South Africa and Israel, as well as other cases, are discussed within the same analytic framework. A similar argument, more or less along the same lines, can be found also in his essay, The Society of Enmity, which became very a focus of debate. This kind of framing, together with some sympathetic utterance toward the BDS movement, were enough to declare him as an anti-Semite in Germany and to demand disinviting him from giving an opening address in summer of 2020 to disinvite him from opening the address of one of Germany's most prestigious festival, the Ruhr Triennale. As we all know, this triggered a huge controversy which spilled over far beyond Germany. In his recent fascinating book, Neither Settler Nor Native, The Making and Unmaking of Permanent Minorities, Mahmoud Mamdani goes in very similar directions. For him, the modern nation state and settler colonialism were born at the same historical moment, in 1492. At that year, Columbus discovered America to mark the beginning of Western settler colonialism, while Jews and Muslims were ethnic cleansed from Christian Spain in order to create the modern homogeneous nation state. The book explores the relations between those political phenomena and the violence the various combinations of them had produced. The key model here is the United States, which exported the basic structures of violence to the rest of the world, including Nazi Germany. Here, Mamdani relies on James Whitman's recent book, Hitler's American Model, which shows, for example, how the 1935 Nuremberg laws, the racial laws, explicitly drew on the American racial laws which were perceived as a model. We can see it again that Mamdani's object of analysis is very different from the one in Holocaust studies, whereas the latter are interested in understanding the persecution and annihilation of the Jews. The former is interested in structures of modern domination and violence. Nazi Germany and the Holocaust are one more example or variant, even if a very condensed and radical one, in this history of European structures of violence. And indeed, Mamdani's book refers to several cases for each of which a chapter is dedicated. United States and the domination and the elimination of the indigenous population, the Indians and slavery, Nazi Germany and the Holocaust, South Africa and the apartheid, Sudan, and again, Israel-Palestine. It seems then that some in the broad field of some of the scholars, the big ones and the major ones, some of the major scholars in the field of, as I call, colonial and post-colonial studies, indeed engage with the Holocaust, but in very different way than in the field of Holocaust studies does it itself, in order to answer also a very different set of questions. So the picture I try to briefly portray thus far is complex and diverse, but nonetheless, I think that it would not be far-fetched to say that there is limited contact between the two fields, and as the member affairs indicated, at times there is even a real clash, at least on the popular and political level, but not only. Why is it so? Why is it so difficult to reconcile these two fields of study? In order to answer that, let me zoom out and suggest a more general framework to explain the tension between those two fields. And here I will follow the footsteps of the historian Charles Meier. And this will be my fourth perspective that I share with you this clandestine talk. Kaleidoscope, not clandestine, kaleidoscopal talk. In an article from 2000, which I think perhaps is not as relevant, but still is very relevant, Meier suggests that the second half, and especially the end of the 20th century, saw the development and proliferation of two great historical narratives in the West and beyond to explain modernity. Both are stories of historical catastrophe. And those are the two stories that we mentioned, the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, and the story of anti-post-colonialism and Western racism. These two narratives have deep historical and intellectual roots in many parts of the world. After the Second World War, the Holocaust narrative gradually gained a foothold mainly in Europe, North America, and Israel, while anti-colonial narratives was favored primarily in the countries of the communist bloc, in liberation movements in the Third World and the Middle East, and among Marxist thinkers. In the 1990s, though, the field of post-colonial studies penetrated and naturalized itself in the American Academy and then worldwide with the emerging influential works of Gayatri Spivak, Homi Bhabha, Chakrabarti, as well as many others. And also journals were established in that decade, including Holocaust and the Journal of Genocide Research. A complex relationship had developed between two narratives over the years. Hannah Arendt was probably the first to address some form of connection between the narrative in a broad and systematic fashion in the origins of totalitarianism in 1951. Of particular note, again, I will mention Michael Rothberg's multidirectional memory ways after, in the 2000s, in which the author shows how these narratives often intertwine in the 1950s, for example, creating multi-directional networks of memory as opposed to competing mutually exclusive memories. But ultimately, and as we could have sensed in the first part of my talk, there is an inbuilt tension between the two stories. The Holocaust story is Eurocentric, and it views this event, the Holocaust, as the ultimate evil of modernity, while anti-post-colonial narrative focuses on the wrongs committed by Europe and the West against non-white population, both outside and inside within Europe, and it views these as the ultimate historical evil of modernity. And of course, the ultimate victim is also very different. Despite a complex history of denial and avoidance, by the end of the millennium, in the beginning of the 21st century, the story of the Holocaust enjoyed unprecedented recognition in the global history of memory, and its victims were awarded compensation absolutely deserved, but very generous in historical comparison. The crimes of colonialism and racism, on the other hand, are still by large denied by the West, and struggle for compensation has not resulted in such significant ways as the Holocaust in many places, for example, in slavery, almost not at all. It is also not irrelevant to recall the recent French government call to investigate into social science research, particularly gender and post-colonial studies, which were perceived by the government as destabilizing foreign and alien American influences. The two narratives also convey very different political messages, I believe. The Holocaust story is ultimately intended to establish the democratic, liberal, or neoliberal agenda of the millennium and beyond. The Holocaust is thus perceived as an outburst of barbaric forces that sought to thwart the developmental trajectory of the West toward modernity, that is, towards a more liberal and democratic reality rooted in the values of Enlightenment and the French Revolution. It is the Nazis, whether a deviation from modernity or an expression of its dark potential, that took the West off course when they committed the Holocaust. The moral of this story is that as long as we stick to our democratic values, strengthen civil society, and mitigate extreme ideological tendencies, we can protect ourselves against this kind of criminal behavior while strengthening our own identity as the good guys, those who uphold freedom and democracy. Paradoxically then, the Holocaust narrative came to be a reassuring one, inasmuch as it served to strengthen Western identity, able to feel good about itself and its values thanks to the culture of memory and remorse it created in relation to the Holocaust. The anti-post-colonial narrative is far more critical. According to this narrative, colonialism is not an aberrant deviation from the Western trajectory of enlightenment and emancipation, nor is it the dark and anti-liberal side of modernity. It is rather a reflection of the imminent dark and murderous side of modern Western culture, even and perhaps especially in its liberal form. For liberal democratic regimes or semi-democratic regimes have also been involved in violence, murder, oppression, and even in genocide of non-European peoples and societies throughout the world. The post-colonial narrative perceives this radical violence as stemming from the very heart of enlightenment, the process of the democratization experienced by Europe rather than a reaction or deviation from them. In this narrative, based on colonial and post-colonial experiences, the radical political violence of Europe and the West is not the aberration, but the norm, not a potential threat, but a permanent realization. But there is more to it, so let me move to my fifth observation. As noted, there is an inbuilt tension between those two narratives, and indeed, certain historical contexts, they have clashed head-on. I would like to mention Ronnie Michaels Ariely's work on South Africa that is going to be published very soon, a perfect example for that. But it is on the subject of Israel and Palestine, however, that these two global narratives appear to clash most blatantly and directly, and I think this bears great impact on the rift between the two fields. According to the Holocaust narrative, the hostility towards the Jews in Europe as a minority over a course of the centuries and millennia made the presence of the Jews in the political order after the rise of modern nationalism and the emergence of the nation state virtually impossible in the modern age. The Holocaust, which entailed not only the murder of 6 million Jews, but the near destruction of Jewish civilization in Europe, made it absolutely clear, according to this narrative, that the Jews need their own nation state. Consequently, the definitive answer to anti-Semitism in the Holocaust is the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine, where Holocaust survivors must rebuild their lives and restore their dignity. The State of Israel is the last chapter in this drama, which is seen from this perspective as the realization of the minimum justice the Jews and especially the survivors deserve, that Europe must secure them, or the West must secure them. In its mainstream version, this narrative also blames the Arabs for refusing to accept the establishment of the State of Israel and fighting against it as a direct continuation of Nazism, or at least as a form of anti-Semitism, what's called new anti-Semitism. The anti-post-colonial narratives use this struggle in Palestine in an entirely different light. According to this historical way of thinking, or this field, or at least narrative, Zionism is merely another case of Western settler colonialism and imperialism. The Jews who came from Europe under the auspice of the European powers did not come to integrate into the local body politic, but to replace it with their own political community. The 1918 Balfour Declaration and the 1922 Mandate for Palestine, to which it gave rise, are two of the most, according to them, to this narrative, criminal imperialist documents in the history of the region, because they gave the Jewish minority, around 10% at that time, national rights in the territory that did not belong to the powers, but to the indigenous inhabitants, that's the Palestinians, who were defined merely in those documents as a religious community. As in other cases of settler colonialism in North America, Australia, and elsewhere, the Zionist appetite for land knew no bounds and always aimed, whether by violence or legal means, to dispossess the native inhabitants. The events of the 1930s and 1940s in Europe, namely the Holocaust, accelerated these processes in Palestine, which culminated because of the immigration and because of the refugees after the war and because of the consequences of and the impact and of the shock of the Holocaust, culminated in the 1948 establishment of the State of Israel, which was accompanied also by the ethnic cleansing, the Nakba, during the course of which some 700 or 750,000 Arabs fled and were expelled from the territory of the young state of Israel and never allowed to return, while their property and lands were expropriated. And the Nakba, according to this historical narrative, which began in this ethnic cleansing in 1948, or possibly earlier, continues to this day. So those are, when it comes to Jewish history, they clash head on. Hence, in some of the works stemming from this field of anti and post-colonial, or whatever we call it, like a field like those of Mamdani and Membe, which engage with the Holocaust. They do engage with the Holocaust. The State of Israel is not an embodiment of historical and personal justice, which was attributed to the Jews and to Holocaust survivors after the war, but rather the last case of settler colonial state, which inflicted and continues to inflict huge harm and violence on the indigenous Palestinian population. As we have seen in many of these cases, Israel and Zionism are analyzed, even if very cautiously, in the same analytic framework together with the United States, America, and apartheid, South Africa, and at times even Nazi Germany, in order to decipher the very political structures of modern excessive violence. There can be no greater rift between those two narratives, which seem to be irreconcilable, or as Raif Zrek put it, the Europeans see the back of the Jewish refugee fleeing for his life. The Palestinians, and I would add much of the field of colonial and post-colonial studies, see the face of the settler colonialist taking over his land. Or as Omar Kamil concluded, from this perspective, the rift seems to be truly unbridgeable. So how should I conclude? I would just add that the book mentioned by Uğur was not written by me. It was two books that I co-edited with my friend and colleague, Bashir, tried to somehow reconcile those two narratives. But after this short survey, how should I conclude? So I think I will not. I will leave it as it is, an accumulation of observations which indicate very complex relationship between the two fields that are actually even much more complex than what I could portray in the 25 minutes that I was given. I would also say that today I think there are new trends that Omar Bohm, for example, exemplify, and Michael Ariely that I mentioned, or Shirley Gilbert, that are more soft on the dichotomy between those two narratives, and perhaps we can talk about it in the question and answer in the discussion. But I'm sure that Professors Kovacs and Platt worked on these issues will make the picture even more complex, contradictory, and nuanced. So I look very much for the comments and the discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Goldberg. And then, without further ado, we should go to our first discussant, Eva Kovacs. Professor Kovacs, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much for the invitation, and also thank you so much for this introduction, Uğur. Thank you also, Amos, for your insightful lecture. It's a great honor to be here. As a sociologist from Central Europe who has dealt extensively with the social memory and the current politics of history of this region, let me offer two analogies in order to think about questions your presentation has raised. You try to answer the question whether the Holocaust is a universal history and a global memory, and flashed some observations claiming hesitantly that the influence of post-colonial thought on current Holocaust studies is rather marginal and controversial. I share your hesitation. The examples you presented are most indicative of the fundamental differences between the two approaches. You applied Charles Mayer's concept, suggesting that since the millennium, the Western world oscillated between two main historical narratives to explain the meaning of modernity, the history of the Holocaust and anti-Semitism, and the history of colonialism and racism. According to Mayer, the narrative on the Holocaust was established in the Western Bloc and Israel, while the anti-colonial narrative influenced the political propaganda of the Communist Bloc, the Third World, and the Middle East. I would like to add one question here. Where should we situate a third global narrative, the one on the history of totalitarianism? In another writing, not mentioning the post-colonial axis, Charles Mayer introduced the metaphor of hot and cold memories to contrast remembering national socialism and communism. He claimed that the memory of Nazi crimes has not cooled down, while that of communist crimes has. As Slavoj Žižek put it very provocatively 20 years ago, you can say goodbye Lenin, but goodbye Hitler is unthinkable. One can argue that in the 1990s and 2000s, the memory of the Holocaust still overshadowed the memory of the communist crimes. However, in view of the most recent developments in Poland, Hungary, Ukraine, Russia, or in the Baltic states, Mayer's thesis doesn't hold today. After the Western standards of Holocaust commemorations became constitutive parts of European norms, and a categorical imperative for the newcomers to the European Union, the unresolved issues of the socialist past were obscured. After a while, however, the asymmetry of remembrance between Nazism and communism and the compulsion to conform with the memory standards of the Holocaust resulted in a kind of comparative victimhood and blood algebra. The first emblematic example of this phenomenon was the House of Terror in my hometown, Budapest, established in 2002. One can risk the hypothesis that the Holocaust plays the most controversial role in memory politics of the countries in which it happened, namely in Central and Eastern Europe. From a global perspective, however, there are numerous non-European surviving communities from Rwanda to Armenia, which have found appropriate forms in the memory of the Holocaust to represent their own genocidal past, which also raises the question of what extent are their limits and possibilities of utilizing the Holocaust as a conceptual framework for remembering other genocides. Are the cultural, historical, and site-specific aspects of non-Holocaust events compromised in the process of adopting the Holocaust as a methodological paradigm? Let me turn to another question asked by Amos. Does the post-colonial theory have the potential to inspire the Holocaust and genocide studies? Memory politics also have their historicity. Let's take another analogy, the memory of the Roma genocide in Europe. Just like the Jews, Roma and Sinti people were also persecuted by the Nazi regime. Right after 1945, they also tried to have their suffering acknowledged, but without success for a long time. A permanent minorities of the world, they were also exposed to racist discrimination before World War II, and anti-Gypsyism didn't disappear from Europe after 1945 either. In the early 50s, Roma leaders petitioned the United Nations for the creation of their own state, Romanistan, but their proposal was rejected. And exactly 15 years ago, on the 8th of April, 1971, the first World Romani Congress was held in London, funded by the World Council of Churches and the government in India. The Congress hosted 23 representatives from 9 countries. The key word of the movement were compensation for suffering during the Nazi period, citizenship, and nation. At the same time, their ideas resonated with those of Britain's Black Power movement. Although the memory of the forgotten Roma Holocaust were cherished in the families of survivors, neither the general public nor historians gained systematic knowledge of the fate of Roma during World War II. Since the 1970s, the changing representation of the Holocaust have contributed to the emergence of cosmopolitan memories and gave rise to a global consensus on human rights. As a result of this turn in identity politics and the systematic historical research over the last 30 years, the memory of the Roma Holocaust appeared more and more widely in transnational, multidimensional, multidirectional commemoration practices. And in 2015, the European Parliament declared the 2nd of August the European Roma Holocaust Memorial Day. However, the story didn't end here. It seems that the human rights discourse doesn't prove able any longer to articulate the needs and deeds of current Roma politics to empower those who have been oppressed for centuries. Current Roma commemorations create a counter-narrative of victimhood, the history of resistance and resilience in which Roma people have an active agency. The emergence of a new hero culture marks a turn. Meanwhile, the third generation of Roma intelligentsia discovered the history of Roma slavery in a post-colonial context. As to its methodological approach, it uses the concept of critical whiteness as a practice of epistemic justice. This is to provide a platform for reflecting upon the impact of the past on the contemporary situation of Roma. From the 7-year history of the Roma movement, one can draw the conclusion. First, the meaning of the Holocaust has continuously changed over time. And secondly, the new theoretical and methodological approaches like citizenship, nation, race and ethnicity, minorities, human rights, critical whitenesses and post-colonialism, etc., helped the victim groups and their ancestors articulate their suffering during the Holocaust. Nevertheless, according to the current IHRA definition, the official designation of the Roma Holocaust is still persecution and genocide of Roma and Sinti. So to sum up, because I have only 8 minutes, post-colonial theory has fertilized social science and history writing in many ways, and I'm sure it will also challenge the Holocaust studies soon. And as in many other cases, the new post-colonial concepts of the Holocaust will also feed in future political agendas and identity politics. This has always been part of the responsibility of the intelligentsia. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kovacs. Shall we move on to Dr. Platt?
Yeah, thanks a lot, especially for the comment too. Thank you very much for the invitation to this conference, and yeah, all the best for this great anniversary, the 9th anniversary, and special thanks for the introductory lecture to Amos Goldberg. I'm very pleased to contribute to the discussion for today's lecture. This not only with the aim of elaborating on the questions that have just been raised by Eva and Amos, but also with the aim set by today's conference of exploring what future challenges genocide research will face. In doing so, I would like to work especially with the tension or the feeling of ambivalence with which the lecture concluded, the key lecture concluded. My remarks will certainly reflect somewhat the approaches in which or with which we work in Bochum at the Institute of Diaspora Research and Genocide, established in 1994. Amos introduced the differentiation between research fields of, in his first draft, he called it a cold peace. That means research fields of social and scientific agreements, and research fields of debates, of ways, wars, of discourse. If I may say so, these are descriptions that still reflect the place of genocide research itself. Cold Peace, this describes the recognition of genocide research when it contributes to processes of collective memory or to historical reappraisals that meet with a social or with a societal consensus of knowledge. It seems that genocide processes are easier to accept when they are seen as part of a global history. But it is still hardly accepted that genocide research comprises more than historical analysis of single events. In Bochum, we have a short phrase for this: genocide does not end with the historical dates. With processes of genocide, societies are permanently changed in their social and cultural structures. The questions we have to ask, the questions we have to work on are therefore not only directed at the long-term effects, trauma, intergenerational remembrances, we also have to provide prolonged explanations of causes. In genocide research today, we are looking at processes of identity formation, the relationship between racism and historical images, or discourse patterns of crisis and threat, in order to understand how genocide can develop as a society-wide process. Not least, this means working in a knowledge-critical way. By critical research, I mean research that is not only descriptive, not only application-oriented, but in particular way critical of knowledge, of our knowledge, the knowledge of today, even if this means engaging in debates, in discourse wars. Therefore, I'm very grateful for the unconventional introductory lecture. This lecture began by contrasting different complexes, or to be more precise, the lecture asked about this is not me. The lecturer asked about certain relations. Relationship is Holocaust and universal history. I think it is our task to reply on these relations in order to be able to answer, is the Holocaust a universal history or global memory? I believe that it is precisely these tensions that we must endure, that we must even strengthen in order to understand genocide. For me, the tensions are precisely the exact point where genocide research begins, because in order to understand genocide, we need to understand about the ambivalences and antinomies of the specific violence that is expressed. This ambivalence follows from the fact that genocide is about long-standing events that affect different generations. It's about long-standing events and affect different generations. Some ambivalences are worth mentioning. First, in genocide processes, social orders are broken up with means of violence in order to establish a new social order with means of violence. In genocide processes, violence will be carried out by the individual who sees himself as a representative of a collective that affirms violence, but also sees himself as a person who acts in a way that others are not able to. In genocide processes, violence is legitimized by state institutions, and at the same time, states open up channels and spaces for illegitimate violence. In the situation of genocide, the individual perpetrator knows at the same time that his violence is a violation, and at the same time knows that his act is right. The meta-theoretical discussion presented in Amos Goldberg's key lecture can be forwarded to the question, what is the task of genocide research today? Where is its perspective for the generation of young researchers studying today? I do not think that we can easily deny the suggestions of postcolonial studies. This is for the following two reasons. First, postcolonial studies ask a very precise question about the position of the researcher. This is a question that genocide researchers still have to face constantly. Not least, it is still difficult to find a place for genocide research in the university landscape. Second, postcolonial studies works with categories of history, of identity, of foreignness and belonging, to which we have a lot to say. Last but not least, we can also point to the long legacy of hegemonic knowledge, but we also have new issues to address, in particular, cultural and social theoretical aspects regarding the meaning of emotions, the body, or language. To characterize briefly, postcolonial studies refer to an interdisciplinary field of perspectives, theories, and methods concerned with the analysis of the non-material dimensions of colonial supremacy. It is one of the most important fields of postcolonial studies to emphasize that colonial discourses and patterns of thought are still present in the today's world. We deal with such continuities, in particular in Holocaust studies. But in fact, we must not make the mistake of regarding the object of the discourses as the same, that is, the colonial object and the Jews of Europe. For moreover, the two objects are also very clearly distinguished in the very discourses themselves. What is a challenge for us, however, is that postcolonial studies have developed a thoroughly and distinct set of methodological and theoretical tools to analyze. For example, discursive power constellations, and to transfer them to primarily inner Western problem areas, such as gender relations or class inequality. In postcolonial studies, the aspect of continuities and contingencies plays an important role. For us, the discovery of the ambivalence of violence has determined an important research focus. Therefore, I would strongly agree with the lecturer that it is problematic to see a close connection between the two fields of research. In short, I believe that the encounter between postcolonial studies and Holocaust studies is not an encounter between two similar research perspectives. However, we can certainly see a challenge in the fact that we have to examine certain thematic aspects more closely. For example, the view of exclusive identity theories. But we can also learn from the current discussion, this is, for example, that we need to be more precise, perhaps also more self-confident in developing interdisciplinary research methods. Our task, however, is to keep an eye on the diversity of forms of violence and personal identities in genocidal processes. Situations of genocide are multidimensional. Above all, they are ambivalent. This demands different research tasks than that of postcolonial studies. For us, it is important to be critical of the tendency to look for continuities or contingency. The Holocaust and the genocides of the 20th and 21st centuries did not follow continuities of power asymmetries, but rather newly reconstructed exclusionary worldviews, reformulated at particular times. It is still our task not to classify genocide in broad lines of Western history. Genocide is not a global history, and certainly not an occupational accident of the history of the Western world. Therefore, we need to focus on national processes based on the study of particular worldviews, changes in national institutions, identity politics, the establishment of special organization, changes in media, because in genocide processes, it is not continuities that are to be pursued. It is not continuities that have an effect. The politics of violence in genocide deliberately wants to create breaches, ruptures, clashes in history and society. Quickly, thank you for the key lecture. And yes, I agree strongly with your arguments. This to remind us of the most important factor we have to keep in mind, the ambivalences of violence in processes of genocide.
Thank you very much, Dr. Platt, for your comments. Before we open the floor, could I give Professor Goldberg the word again to respond to the discussants, if he wishes?
First of all, thank you very much. They received mine, but I didn't receive their comments in advance. So it was a surprise and very illuminating. So, of course, I mean, I narrowed down my talk for 25 minutes to very a very specific perspective and also very partial between some trends in Holocaust studies and some trends in post-colonial studies. So, of course, both respondents enriched the discussion very much. I would like, I mean, there's so much to, I would like to two very brief response. First of all, yeah, I didn't take into consideration, it was a very, let's say, it didn't take into consideration East Europe, or what used to be called East Europe. And so I acknowledge it very much. Eva, it's a very interesting, I mean, it has to be brought into the discussion, and thanks for bringing it in. I would also like to say that there are, as you said, that the dichotomies are not as so. Like if we think of, for example, the Johannesburg museum, which really but it's interesting to think of it because it's one of the only museums that seriously bring together colonial genocide or post-colonial genocide in Rwanda and deals with, because of its location in South Africa and the Holocaust. So on the one hand, you can see a very established institution combining them in various ways. And it really represents a trend in our field. So we should acknowledge, but it's an exception. It's an exception. Even in South Africa, there are two other institutions in Durban and Cape Town that are not like that. So not over the world. And my very quick, I think to Kristin, if I understood correctly, I do think we have to think of, I mean, this is, for example, Mamdani, when he's in his book, which really, I think, I mean, there's a lot to say about it, but when he says that the Nuremberg laws fail in the process of denazification because they put, this is his claim, they put personal guilt and responsibility on the people and not on, so they avoided a deep analysis of structures. And I know structures are not so popular anymore, but I think structural violence are still very important in understanding each and every case, and we should not, so the balance between the concrete circumstances and the global or overall processes is one of the major challenges of our field. And my last thing, again, I will say that nobody related to the issue, and I don't think we should focus on that, but I think it's very, at least not only in the popular, but also on the academia, the issue of post-Holocaust Jewish history in Israel-Palestine. Nobody wants to touch it. It was not mentioned in either, nobody wants to get into this because this is such a minefield. But it's a minefield for both fields. So those are my three comments.
Thank you very much. So we have about 20 to 23 minutes in the schedule for discussion. Laurien, would you like to react to this rich conversation?
Sure. So first of all, thank you, all three of you, for your interesting contributions. Can you hear me? Because I see that Amos is okay. Great.
Yes.
So I wanted to come back maybe to the question you, Amos, addressed initially in your keynote, and which was also the question that was central to this panel, in fact. And that's the question whether the Holocaust is a universal history, right? We could say, as you did, Amos Goldberg, in your edited volume, Marking Evil, that the Holocaust is both universal in terms of, because it's cosmopolitan in its ethics, because it's fundamental to our understanding of human rights, etc. And at the same time, the Holocaust is seen as something that is exceptional. Right, it has a privileged status, as you almost also indicated, vis-a-vis other cases of mass atrocity or genocide. So my question then is, if memories of the Holocaust are capable of promoting so-called universal values such as human rights, how does this square with the exceptional status that the history and the memory of the Holocaust is often granted? And I think in a way all three of you reflected on that on the sidelines in your contributions. And my second question or comment would then be, can we actually identify a global turn in the Holocaust memory or Holocaust memory studies? And I think these are two different things which are often used interchangeably or they are confused. Is the Holocaust not, as Peter Novick, for example, argued, in the first place a memory of the countries who were directly involved, Israel and Germany, the countries that were occupied, or the countries with significant or substantial Jewish communities? And in other places, for example, Latin America or China, the Holocaust is, of course, no real resonance. Right? So these countries have only a memory of the Holocaust through association. We know of the term the Chinese Holocaust, which is used to refer to the Nanjing massacre of 1937, but the relation with the Holocaust is not as straightforward as those other countries here in Europe. So isn't the idea of a global or universal history of the Holocaust misleading in the first place?
So I have to answer, or?
Go ahead, yes, please,
Yeah.
Professor Goldberg.
Okay. So as I try to, I don't think it's certainly not a global memory or history, in the sense that it's really a Eurocentric history. It spills over to other places, but as you mentioned, and I come from the Middle East. The Middle East, it's not a very important. It's not. I think, unfortunately, because it impacted the history of the Middle East tremendously, but for various reasons, it's not part of the history or the memory of the Middle East. As you said, in Africa, in Africa, and to a large extent in Latin America and Asia, it doesn't resonate. And so when we talk about global or universal, we actually talk about ourselves, the ones who are more or less on the screen and what we represent. So I don't think so. I don't. Now, also the issue of human rights and its complexity, and I think thank you for mentioning our co-edited volume on this topic. Marking evil, we try to approach it at least partially in I would say a critical way, because even you deal with it much more than I am. But to what extent can you say that it really impacted? There's huge debates on how much what does it mean human rights, and when did this regime of human rights? We can quote Samuel Moyn, we can quote other books on this, but I don't disagree with Schneier, what was posed in the beginning of 2000. I think today it's completely misleading to think it really only promoted human rights. I'm not sure it promoted human rights. I'm not sure it promoted the regimes of human rights. But as we see today, even in places that were that really intensified Holocaust education, you see I would say anti-human rights. I would not call it populist or authority, but anti-human rights forces and political forces that come up, and they embrace the Holocaust. Even if you think of, let's take Poland. Poland does not say we deny the Holocaust or we deny the Jewish Holocaust. They just say we were on the good side. Don't put us on the bad side. But everybody is embracing Holocaust memory and study, but not necessarily in order to advance human rights. And I'm not sure it ever advanced human rights. And I'm not sure that at all. That was the initiation of the 1998, which became 2008, the task force, which became after IRA. It pretended to promote human rights. I don't think it promoted human rights for real in a significant way to the real minorities, around the world. Perhaps it. So and you see this critique coming all over precisely from the post-colonial fields of study. That in very many cases. So I don't think it really. I would say I'll be very hesitative and cautious. I think to the extent we should be very, very careful analyzing and assessing the extent that Holocaust, on the long run, Holocaust education, history, and memory promoted human rights over the globe.
Thank you, and indeed, probably this is also a generational issue. And if you look at some of the early scholarship in the 1970s, the way that it influenced the scholarship on other genocides is that the historians of some of these other genocides were mostly kowtowing on the Holocaust in trying to make their genocide fit the shape of the form of the Holocaust. But then in later generations of Holocaust scholarship, for example, in the geographic turn, there you see, for example, that influence on on the study of other genocides has rather positive and fruitful impact. For example, how the genocide in Indonesia, or for that matter, the Armenian genocide, was studied.
Can I add one more point?
Yes, of course.
So before, I don't want to take but we can think of how those two fields, very broadly, intersect in the victim studies. You spoke in the introductory notes about the gray zone. So to a very extent, post-colonial studies started from the gray zone. We can think of black skins, white masks of Fanon, which speaks about the gray zone, and Homi Baba. So they spoke about the gray zone, while this issue was very much avoided in the first steps of Holocaust studies about the Jews. The gray zone was somehow marginalized. And now, when I think colonial history is, as you mentioned about the Roma, try to focus on resistance, on agency, Holocaust studies are a bit more open to talk also about gray zones, let's put it this way. And the second thing I would like to say about this, the issue of human rights, again, this is where I come from. The issue of human rights never, as a legacy of Holocaust studies, never penetrated the debate on Israel-Palestine. Because in the clash between whether the Palestinian demands are human rights or anti-Semitism was always winning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering maybe if Eva or Kristin wanted to say something about this?
Thank you very much. Just very, very short. I used my second analogy for Israel and Palestine. So the complexity of the story, Amos. I didn't want to move from the hot issue. I just tried to find a way to discuss it. I think it's extremely important that we are discussing the limits of human rights capacities in the Holocaust education, but we should not forget that was also stressed by Kristin, that if the structural violence cannot be solved by human rights, Holocaust education, etc., then it also shows the end of these tools. And if you see what is happening in Europe, in Hungary or in Ukraine with the minorities, or the forced labor and forced migration stories through Europe, then you will find a very, very scattered, splittered society in which structural violence is an everyday life experience. And then, of course, human rights cannot help, because how you can struggle for rights when you are structurally absolutely depressed, and as Catherine mentioned, it's a kind of longue durée story. It has some continuity and no disruption. So I think it's very interesting, and thank you very much for these new perspectives and avenues.
Dr. Platt?
Only as a short comment. What are we doing in discussing this term global history or universal history from the German context? It's the idea of world history is strongly connected, or is deeply connected to historical theory. And the idea, the concept and the theories of world history, they does not open their arms, its arm for different experiences, but underline the universal lines of development. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. There's a fire alarm. This was just some.
Okay, maybe you can just mute yourself and then we continue and hope that the fire alarm ends soon. So I have one question from a NIOT researcher, Kylie Thomas, who asks to any of you, I suppose, what would decolonizing Holocaust studies look like from your perspectives?
Would anybody like to answer that?
Wow. I mean, first of all, if any of you, including you or I mean, any of you want to go first, I would, I mean, this needs...
Let's start, Amos, please.
No, you, because first of all, it's a question that comes up over and over. It comes up in recent, and I heard it, and what does it mean to decolonize? I think decolonizing is, first of all, dissolving the hierarchy in the study, I mean, of the Holocaust vis-a-vis other instances of radical violence. And I think you mentioned the generational turn, and I think that today's, I would say, at least from the Holocaust studies perspective, I would say people are more, or researchers, again, those are assumptions, those are more open to break that, in theory, to break these hierarchies, but in practice, they are not broken, because institutionally, so much is invested in Holocaust studies per se, not in that it is very, it is very difficult to, even if there is I would say, emotional and partially emotional and theoretical openness to break the hierarchies between various between the various instances, and like Mamdani and Dirk Moses and Bloxham and in very different ways, and others put it in more general perspective and frameworks that would decolonize the field, and to extent that it needs to be decolonized. But I think the institutional tradition actually does not really enable it to the extent that it needs to be done. Those are my first thoughts.
Okay, Kristin Platt, is there anything you wanted to say, or you wanted to finish your argument? I think you're still muted.
I'm not sure if
okay.
I understand this is...
The alarm is on.
Sorry, okay, that's unfortunate.
The alarm is ongoing.
Yeah, okay, so let's continue. So we have another question from one of the attendees that are here with us online. His name is Ronald, and he asks if it's possible to recognize general standards or compensation that are applicable in Holocaust and genocide studies. And I suppose that he refers to the comment you made, Amos Goldberg, on the more generous compensations that are received generally by victims of the Holocaust, if compensations is the right word, of course. Is there anything you would like to say on that?
Now, Eva, your turn to go first.
I don't understand exactly the question. This is my problem. So I don't think so that compensation, the history of the compensation can be connected to the research on Holocaust.
So I think the question is whether the compensation that is used to for victims of the Holocaust can be applied to other victims as well of other genocides or mass atrocities. If there should be general standards there.
Of course, it's not a question, and all of the human rights movement, as I know, started with the acknowledgement and compensation. Yes, it's not a question. And the redress movement in the United States, as I know, will also thematize the question of compensation.
Okay, so maybe from my side, I have another question that relates more directly to the privileged status of the Holocaust. Because recently there were 2 cases where remembrance days for victims of the Holocaust were used to also address victims of other genocides. In Britain on Holocaust Memorial Day on the 27th of January, it was for the first time the case that victims of other genocides were included as well, or were remembered as well. And there was a strong focus also on recent mass atrocities, including the persecution and murder of the Rohingya in Myanmar, and on the Uyghur Muslims in China. And then 1 or 2 days ago, there was Yom HaShoah, so the general remembrance of the Holocaust. And it fell on the same date as the Remembrance Day for the genocide in Rwanda. And in some cases, including the Museum of Jewish Heritage in New York, there was a joint remembrance of both genocides, which was also a unique situation, something that hasn't been done before. So do you think that this means that Western or European memory politics is moving away from the idea of the privileged status of the Holocaust in comparison, of course, to other cases of mass atrocities or genocide?
I would hesitate using the word, I now double see myself, the word privilege. It's not that, as I said, it's the hierarchy in this field of Holocaust, of genocide and memory, and those hierarchies I think should be broken. But the word privilege somehow does not feel well to me. I would also connect it to the previous question. I think the Holocaust is at least is a very Western leading memory, whether global or not. It's going on 2 ways. On the one hand, it really seeks to be a paradigm, and by no comparison, institutionally, it is institutionalized as the paradigm. Even if we don't say it, it's institutionalized. I mean, I counted there are so many institutions. No other event in history is so institutionalized as the Holocaust. Certainly not modern history, and not only in Israel and Germany. But on the other hand, it really promotes also the idea of the issue of compensation, and this Barkan and Topi wrote about it. So there is it's a double And you can see this, a very interesting essay showing coming from a voice coming, a very prominent voice coming from Africa. Was on the one hand, the Holocaust and Holocaust compensation gives him, and memory gives him, I would say, the language and the justification, intensify the justification to demand those for Africans and for the post-colonial and also in a very sincere way coming to terms with all the wrongs of Africa and the Arab world and Muslim about slavery, giving compensation about slavery. But on the other hand, you can see in this essay all the frustration of the hierarchy. So, and he says it, I don't remember, if there is either there is justice for all or for nobody, because such a hierarchized justice is no justice. So it's an ambivalent, I would say again, an ambivalent process. On the one hand, it does give the language and the justification for demands for traditional justice, for a compensation, for memory. But on the other hand, it's always hierarchical, and it never approaches, and it's much more political. It's not ethical. It's always very much political, while the Holocaust memory, as if rose above the political. And again, sorry for saying this, the impact on Israel-Palestine is very, very, and on the discussion of Israel-Palestine is on those very issues. There's a huge impact.
Thank you, Professor Goldberg. Well, we have come to the end of our first panel. I would like to thank all the panelists, and we will be back in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to our second panel, Connections, How Are War and Genocide Related? We have a very interesting panel today. Our keynote speaker is Professor Stathis Kalyvas. He is the Gladstone Professor of Government at All Souls College, Oxford, where he founded and directs the T.E. Lawrence Program on Conflict and Violence. He is known for his research on political violence in the widest sense, in particular the classic and influential book, The Logic of Violence in Civil War, 2006, as well as editing of the Oxford Handbook of Terrorism, 2019, in addition to over 50 scholarly articles in 5 languages. He has received many awards and visiting fellowships, and his current research focuses on global trends in political violence with an additional interest in the history and politics of Greece. In a forthcoming book, The Landscape of Political Violence, he seeks to synthesize the field of political violence. Our 2 discussants today, on my left, Professor Ismee Tames is Professor and Program Leader of War and Society at the Niot Institute. Her main interests are how societies react to and deal with war and mass violence. She follows a transnational and micro-history approach, combined with methods from the social sciences and digital humanities. She has published on resistance, collaboration, children in war, post-war societies, neutrality and total war, integration and exclusion processes. Her forthcoming book is Global War, Global Catastrophe, Neutrals, Belligerents, and the Transformations of the First World War. Our second discussant is Professor Jolle Demmers, Professor of Conflict Studies at the Department of History and Art History at Utrecht University. She was co-founder of the Center for Conflict Studies there and coordinated the Masters in Conflict Studies and Human Rights for 15 years. I was once one of her students. She works on theories of contemporary violent conflict, boundaries and violence, military neoliberalism, and remote warfare. Her publications include the textbook Theories of Violent Conflict in Introduction, 2017, and her current project, The Intimacies of Remote Warfare, is on the spatial and temporal reconfiguration of warfare and its blowback effects. The discussion after the response will be moderated and discussed by my colleague, Dr. Thijs Bouwknecht, who's a historian focusing on violence in Africa. Between 2004 and 2007, he worked at the ICTR, the ICC, and Amnesty International to investigate genocide in Rwanda and Darfur, and the wars in Uganda and Sierra Leone. He has covered about 150 genocide and war crimes trials as a journalist, and he's currently working on his monograph on the history of mass violence and transitional justice in Africa, 1885-2020. So without further ado, Professor Kalyvas, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to be virtually with you, even though I would have preferred to be in closer space. What I'm going to do today, and I'm going to share my screen in one moment, is to discuss a few reflections I have about how we can gainfully integrate genocide in the broader landscape of political violence, which is precisely, as you mentioned, the topic of my book manuscript. Let me see whether that works. If you can enable my screen sharing, I'll be able to show you my slideshow. I still do not seem to be able to share my screen.
So try it again now.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. Okay. So there are a number of problems when it comes to the definition of genocide, and one of the reasons why the study of genocide continues to be quite fragmented in terms of different fields and in terms of approaches has to do with well-known problems with the definition. It's a very hard concept. Perhaps I would say the only concept in my overview of various categories of political violence that we study that comes close to the difficulty of defining genocide is the concept of terrorism. I would like to highlight 6 issues, which in my sense are important issues that do not help genocide, the study of genocide as such, but also the way in which genocide can be integrated with other categories of political violence, and therefore help us understand how political violence transforms itself and the kinds of outcomes it produces and long-term legacies. The first, obviously, is its political baggage. And in that respect, it's very similar to many other terms of political violence. If you think about civil war, which is also very contested, and that creates always problems in especially disseminating research on genocide. The second one is that it's a term that received an official definition very early on through the famous definition of the UN Convention, which is extremely broad, and because it has the sort of legal status and prestige that it has, very often finds itself in front of us when we try to emphasize a different analytical dimension of it. In that respect, we can think of the problems with definitions of terrorism that are official definitions, for example, the US Departments of State understanding of terrorism, and how that comes into clash with scholarly, academic, and analytical approaches. The third one is, in my opinion, a very critical one. Part of most definitions of genocide is intent, and it's extremely difficult to identify intention directly, and also to derive it from observable facts. One of the very big problems, I think, with genocide is that what may be described as a massive observational equivalence problem, in which the same kinds of observations are consistent with very different phenomena. And I'll discuss that later on. A question that I think is also worth considering is whether genocide is a discrete concept, or is a more categorical one in which genocide can be a value on a scale. We very often, and I think most students of genocide, emphasize the discrete understanding. We either have genocide or no genocide. But very often the way the term is deployed and used has a continuous dimension. There is sort of genocidal violence, suggesting that there are degrees of genocide, which is not very consistent with the standard definitions we use and the standard intuition we have, but seems to be a practice that we observe very often. We have the problem, of course, of selecting on a dependent variable. Very often, in order to be able to understand and study causality, we need to have instances in which genocide is realized and instances in which it is not. But of course, since we cannot observe and realize genocide, we, in a sense, face the problem of selecting on the dependent variable. And finally, there is this idea of whether genocide is a static phenomenon or whether it's a dynamic phenomenon, whether we can actually study the way in which a genocide becomes one, even though perhaps it may have started at something different, which goes back to the question of the discrete and continuous understanding of genocide. The last point I would like to make is that very often in studies of genocide that emphasize and stress causes, there is a confusion between causes and attributes of genocide. And this is very clear when it comes to the question of war. One of the most, I would say, most robust empirical observations has to do with the relationship between war and genocide. Most genocides tend to happen in contexts characterized by war, but the question is war a cause of genocide, or are genocides and war associated in a different way? And in my opinion, this is where having a broader understanding of political violence can help us. These kinds of problems give rise to a number of dilemmas, and I would highlight two potential extremes that I find in the literature. And by literature, I would emphasize particularly the literature on genocide that I know the best, which is the studies of genocide within political science. One extreme may be described as a Holocaust exceptionalism, in which the Holocaust is an ideal type, and in fact, is a genocide of such characteristics that it comes very close to being an outlier. And the other extreme has to do with conceptual stretching, and this is associated with the idea of genocide as being understood as an instance of mass violence in which many different cases can be included in it. One of the things that political scientists who use quantitative methods very often emphasize is they need to increase the number of observations they study to increase the empirical robustness of their findings. And as a result, there is always a tendency to stretch the concept in order to increase the number of cases. As a result of conceptual stretching, a lot of studies of genocide in political science, in a sense, blend very much the concept with the concept of mass targeting of civilians in a variety of different contexts, especially in the context of war. So genocide ends up, in a sense, meaning any type of mass targeting of civilian populations. In the middle, we have a variety of different, ways to try to, in a sense, minimize the distance between those two extremes by introducing all these other categories. So we have terms like politicide, democide, state-sponsored mass killing, war crimes, genocidal violence, mass atrocity, mass indiscriminate violence, etc. This is not very satisfactory because if those terms make sense, then genocide is, in a sense, a part of those concepts, and that creates a problem. What are the main trends that we observe? We have, at the macro level, in a sense, a number of studies in political science that use the rather stretched version of genocide to try to come to a number of causal drivers, causal determinants, or at least correlates of genocide. And there is a very clear understanding at the macro level that genocide is a process of violence that is characterized by its top-down dimension. There is a strong sense that there is a contingency to it, that it tends to, as I mentioned, occur during war, and that is not necessarily a function of authoritarianism. Then there is a new level of analysis that has developed, I would argue, probably in the last 15 years, with its emphasis on micro level. We, of course, have a very long tradition in history of studying the realization, the practice of genocide at the level of particular communities. But in political science, the micro level has been associated with quantitative studies. And we have a number of I would say findings, conditional findings. For example, the idea that perpetrators of genocide are not exceptional in terms of psychological profile or otherwise. The tremendous amount of heterogeneity in practices, in effectiveness, the complexity and the mutability of genocide. And this feeds into a methodological kind of trend in which this heterogeneity is very convenient from a quantitative perspective because it provides a lot of variability, which allows us then to try to isolate causality. And so the study of genocide has become more comparative, either within particular cases by studying various localities, for example, or various phases of genocide, but also at the macro level, studying different countries together. And there has been also an effort to try to, in a sense, identify negative cases by looking at near genocides. Scott Strauss's, for example, focus on the Ivory Coast has been one of the best instances of that. And as I said, much more within case variation, not looking at cases in which genocide is performed in a way that satisfies the ideal type definition. And finally, what I'm trying to do is to connect genocide more systematically and closely with other forms of political violence as a way to perhaps get out of some of the dilemmas that I described before. So what I'm going to try to do in the remaining part of my presentation is to share some reflections on how I went about this, and I very much welcome your feedback. So the question that I would like to ask is how to position genocide within an integrated political violence framework. And the first question is, why do we need one? My answer is because we have a tremendous fragmentation in the way we study political violence. People who, for example, specialize in the study of civil wars do not necessarily speak with people who study and specialize in the study of genocide. And I think that there is a lot to be gained by bringing those literatures together. But one way to do that, or a fundamental condition to doing that, is to at least provide understandings, intuitions, and perhaps even definitions of these phenomena that are compatible. By that, I mean that they satisfy the condition of joint exclusivity so that we don't have overlaps between them. The idea here is also to push back against the tendency to equate genocide with mass violence, the conceptual stretching, the bleeding of genocide into all kinds of situations in which civilians get targeted, which I think as a consequence will lead to the, in a sense, negation of genocide as a specific category. Because if genocide becomes the term we use to describe any instance of mass violence against civilian populations, then why not use that term, genocide, with its particular emphasis on an intuition on the intention to destroy a particular group, then has no reason of existence. So what I'm going to do is to describe the first step and the second step in the development of my typology. The first step is very simply a distinction between the international and domestic dimension of political violence. And the second one is a very simple distinction between the presence of states and non-state actors. In terms of the first dimension, we can think of interstate war as a category that very clearly straddles the boundary between state and international. And then we can see that most of instances of political violence tend to be located in the sub-state level, within the domestic purview of the state. We also have a very interesting category which entails non-state actors interacting with each other, the category of intercommunal violence, which is also very interesting because it has a very close connection to genocide, as we're going to see. And I'm going to, in a sense, use that to illustrate the benefits of having this kind of integrated analysis. A very simple idea is to distinguish between the first mover, which you can think of as the initial perpetrator, the organization, the actor that instigates the type of violence, and the second mover as the responder in terms of action. And this action can be violent, but can be also non-violent, resistance or non-resistance. Again, if we have a state against another state, that would be an instance that we have a good understanding of, which is interstate war. Things, as I said, are very interesting when we have non-state actors acting against each other. We have a situation which may be described as intercommunal violence. And then we have a very interesting clustering of cases where genocide is located, in which the state is the instigator and non-state actors tend to be at the receiving end. And these are three categories I'm going to discuss in my next slide. And then most cases of political violence tend to be situations in which challengers or oppositions take the first step, as in situations of revolution, military coup, civil war, and terrorism. And I can discuss the specific category of organized crime, which very often is not part of what we describe as political violence, but turns out to have a lot of commonalities with instances of political violence. So if we focus on the cell that I emphasized, we have two key dimensions to separate those three phenomena, ethnic cleansing, genocide, and state repression. The state, as I mentioned that, I'm sorry, oops. I'm going to go back to the cell to separate the three, my three categories. The difference between state repression on the one hand and genocide and ethnic cleansing on the other hand is a very simple intuition. The state wants to control the population it targets, whereas in genocide and ethnic cleansing, the intention of the state is not to control that population. And the difference between genocide and ethnic cleansing, and there is a very interesting set of recent studies focusing on mass displacement with the intention of creating a permanent outcome, is that in situations of mass displacement characterized as ethnic cleansing, the idea is to displace people, whereas in genocide, the main objective is to exterminate people. So we have three types of situations that share this fundamental characteristic of the state acting as the first mover against a civilian population, but with very different characteristics. And I think it matters very much to keep those three categories distinct, because we can then ask questions and develop hypotheses about, for example, these conditions under which a phenomenon of ethnic cleansing may develop into genocide or not, the conditions under which state repression bleeds in genocide or ethnic cleansing or not. These questions very often tend to be obfuscated because we don't really have a field in which we can juxtapose these concepts and integrate them together. That is, the people who study state repression do not necessarily study genocide or ethnic cleansing, and so on and so forth. And this table is precisely illustrating the points that I made, the two different dimensions, physical elimination versus displacement, controlling the target versus getting rid of the target. I'm going to close with an example of how this kind of approach can help us formulate new hypotheses and conduct new studies by discussing a very recent example. As I said, up to now, the main correlate of genocide has been war, but any other form of political violence may be linked to genocide in ways that are intuitively plausible, but not necessarily scholarly researched. I'll give you an example, actually two examples. A very interesting recent paper by Eelco van der Maat called Genocidal Consolidation is a study of how elite purges and elite competition produces very often a situation, very often, under some conditions, produces genocidal mass killing, as the author describes it, which includes some genocides, as a way to solve problems of elite competition within a ruling group. In fact, the literature on coups, on military coups, has studied very extensively the concept of purges. And the paper illustrates, I think, very nicely how it is possible to integrate two very distinct literatures, studying military coups on the one hand and studying genocides on the other hand, as a way to come up with new hypotheses about at least a dynamic hypothesis about genocidal violence. A second example that I would like to use is the concept of intercommunal violence, the idea of, in a sense, if you think of crowds of people attacking individuals or crowds of other civilians without necessarily the state being present. One of the, I think, important contributions in the literature of genocide, on genocide in the last 10 to 20 years, I'll mention the work of Jan Gross, or the work of Tim Snyder, in a sense showing how a great component of the Holocaust was not the sort of systematic, organized, industrial type of killing exemplified by extermination camps such as Auschwitz, but what may be described as instances of intercommunal violence in which local civilians, under some conditions, get empowered to attack particular groups. The state or the organized state actor who encourages these kinds of actions sits in the background, but the actual killing takes place in a form that reminds us very much phenomena characterized in the literature as intercommunal violence. What that suggests is, instead of discussing whether what we observe is genocide or intercommunal violence, we think in terms of different levels in which intercommunal violence becomes the method through which a genocide may be implemented. The two are not necessarily mutually exclusive categories, but can be connected in a very specific logic. I call this particular logic the logic of instrumentality, of using one category of political violence as an instrument to achieve another one, which is one of the benefits of having this kind of flexible understanding of different categories. To conclude, I would say that by proceeding in that direction, we can salvage a genocide as a category of political violence that has a very distinct element, which is its original distinct element, the idea of intent to destroy a particular group, and at the same time can integrate it without compromising that fundamental idea, that fundamental intuition. We can integrate it into the study of broader phenomena, such as the targeting of civilians in the context of a war, or an interstate war, or intercommunal violence. So I'll stop here, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Kalyvas, for that rich presentation. We will now go to our first discussant, Ismee Tames. Ismee, if you would like to take the lectern over there.
Thank you, Uğur. Thank you, Professor Kalyvas, for delivering the keynote speech. I made a lot of notes, even on the text that I've prepared beforehand. So there are now so many things on my mind that I don't know where to start. But I think I can start with adding just another suggestion to the very rich paper that you just delivered. What I would like to suggest is that we bring in the people, the experiences of the people who are caught up in all this violence that we are discussing in this seminar. So their experiences, their meaning-making, their reactions to this, their deeds, their actions. And I think that it may be a good idea to use the concept of mobilization here to dive a bit deeper into this topic. So the mobilization and self-mobilization of societies, of groups within societies in the context of violence. And mobilization could be military mobilization, of course, economic, but also cultural mobilization and self-mobilization. So when I started to think about the topic of this panel, I considered the difference that we usually make between war and genocide, and it was just referred to as well by Professor Kalyvas. Like, war, you could say, like in the Clausewitzian sense, is to break the opponent's resistance, where genocide is about the annihilation of the other, of the enemy. So it's a clear distinction in that, if you understand it in that sense. So if you look at societies that are mobilized against a threat or a perceived threat, the fear of their own annihilation is projected outwards. The idea becomes that the annihilation of the other is the only way out, and this can then, of course, result in persecution, deprivation of rights, can result in war, in civil war, in riots, in genocide. I think in many of the elements that we just saw perfectly clear in the framework. And I'd argue that we can see this link between the mobilization for war and dynamics towards perceived need to annihilate the other, manifesting very well when we study the First World War. And it's not just because I just finished a book on that, or already mentioned it, and I will give a few examples from it later on. But it's also because I think within this period, and also within the field of First World War studies, we can get a very nuanced idea of how all these dynamics interplay. And I think that that period, the First World War, as we may call it, mobilized societies beyond anything that the world had seen until then. So the book was already mentioned. I wrote with Maartje Abbenhuis from the University of Auckland. And in it, we started with introducing the term total war, as one should when writing about the First World War. There's a long historiography in First World War studies to discuss the element of total war, and I think it might also be interesting for our discussions today. So in our introduction, we say the term total war is usually applied only to belligerent societies, that is, to societies conducting a war. Their need for victory at any cost determines most of the discourse around what it meant to be at total war. But the First World War as a total war was not only shaped by the actions of the belligerent governments, nor did it only affect belligerent societies. A study of the war, therefore, should acknowledge neutrals and the local agency of citizens and subjects in determining the course, conduct, and impact of the conflict in their immediate environment. Another way to acknowledge the totality of the First World War as a transformative exercise is to highlight just how fundamental it was as an experience for communities outside of Europe. For example, how Kurdish tribes interacted with the former belligerents, and that had an important bearing on how the war developed in the Middle East. Similarly, African Americans' military service in 1917 and 1918 helped to shape the politics of segregation in the United States, much as South Asian war experiences helped to shape the politics of independence in Mahatma Gandhi's post-war India. So the local and global realities of a world at war intersected in a very complex web. In other words, in this book, we try to bring in the experiences of the people beyond the so-called usual suspects, people from Europe, people from the Western Front. So we look at people around the globe, either belligerent or neutral, or in the process shifting between those. People who are citizens, people who are subjects, they all experience this war as an all-encompassing and as changing their lives in yet unknown but fundamental ways. And I will just give one example. It's also from the book, and it is about the Uğur region. It's in present-day Tanzania. And there the Wagogo people experienced the First World War as a period of extreme crisis, and they offered it even their own pretentious descriptor, Mtunya, which means the scramble. After 1915, the Wagogo experienced the worst famine in the area's history, and it was almost entirely manufactured by human activity. It was first the German authorities. They confiscated food and cattle. They conscripted 35,000 Wagogo as courier troops for their army in aid of their local campaigns. And then later the British came in and they occupied the region in 1917. They commandeered a further 27,000 Wagogo into their carrier corps, and they sequestered all available food resources to feed their soldiers, leaving very little for locals to consume or replant. So collectively, these acts caused the Wagogo social order to collapse. Villages were abandoned, families were looking for food, mob justice ruled, children were pawned, and corpses littered the roads. Even reports of cannibalism circulated. So once in 1918 the influenza pandemic hit, very little was left of the Wagogo's pre-war social structures. I think the Mtunya's long-term consequences cannot be overstated. Now, how does this relate to the topic of our panel, so studying the nature and dynamic of mass violence and the mobilization of societies? Now, when studying the experiences of people beyond the usual categories, we can better understand how the mobilization of societies, empires, and communities worked. We can see the fundamental impact of the contemporaries' notion that this war was total. It was in their own experience a total war, meaning that it was about existence, about survival, and that therefore the enemy should not only be conquered, but should be eradicated, should disappear as such. And that this applied not just to the enemy abroad, but also to the so-called enemy within. So disloyalty or non-commitment could not be tolerated, be it disloyalty by internal critics, people associated with the enemy because of religion or family ties, or because of a long tradition of exploitation, distrust, and fear when it came to people who had been made into colonized subjects. So these fears that stretch way beyond the formal enemy at the military front spurred paranoia, radicalized violence against people in occupation zones, in colonized territories, like the example of the Wagogo pointed out. It gave the impetus to deportation, taking away of civil and political rights, new forms, extreme forms of forced labor, starvation politics. The legacies of paranoia infused the period after 1918 as well, be it in the context of the Russian Civil War, the attempts at democracy in Europe, or the violence against people in the colonized territories. So in other words, for me, the dynamics and experiences of inclusion and exclusion in the context of othering, of creating this enemy that is not allowed to exist because you fear so much that this other existing will be the existential threat to your own existence, that is central, at least in my studies at the moment. And perhaps unsurprisingly, that also means that I do not see myself as part of a very specific school or discipline at the moment. And I hope that by sort of looking for concepts and way of researching various moments and experiences of violence, we can help cross the borders between the various disciplines and the various schools of thought that we have at the moment. So, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ismee. Shall we go over to Jolle Demmers without further ado?
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's always with these kinds of conferences that it's sometimes hard to make out what is the conversation that we're having. And I think wonderful keynote by Stathis Kalyvas, trying to bring us a bit of an integrated framework on political violence and then to understand where genocide is in that framework. Ismee trying to sort of to zoom in and bring in the individual. And then I guess I'm going to try and zoom out again, but still, it's good at a certain moment perhaps to better understand what it is that we're trying to say to each other, and that is not easy in this kind of virtual hybrid kinds of conversations. But let's give it a try. So what these debates on genocide and political violence and the academic landscape of studies that we see, we talk about civil war studies, we talk about post-colonial studies, Holocaust studies, genocide studies, conflict studies, or that's my study, fields of study. What that points out is that there's indeed this wish to carve out specific subsets of violence as somehow qualitatively different. That we see on the one hand, and on the other hand, we're always also tempted to study the connecting logics, so the ways in which violence, because that's what we're fascinated by, I think, all of us, political violence, how it mutates and transforms, and then we want to capture that movement. Now, the first position of carving out fields is reassuring, for it offers consensual spaces where academics can resort to similar questions and methodologies and can embrace particular epistemological and ontological positions about what drives human action and how to know about the world. So we see in-depth understanding through ethnographies and archival work among historians and anthropologists, who then have the image or the assumption that the human being is creative and is constantly changing, so it cannot be captured in that sense in kinds of laws of behavior that we see social psychologists turn to with their large N statistical work and their assumption that somehow we as human beings are predictable and therefore we can actually try and find these laws of behavior. And then to make it even more complicated, we see now recently, we didn't talk about that, but that's happening, the use of big data as a technique of knowledge production and fantasies of how the world coded through datafication can now begin to speak for itself. as in artificial intelligence and machine learning is absolutely making its way into the field of political violence. It's another daunting thing to be dealing with. But of course, the attempt to debox the study of political violence is much more exciting, and it's also very difficult, and it's messy. And the starting point here then is to argue that indeed political violence mutates and it transforms, and how war is always about becoming, as you know, this recent article by Busquet and others in Security Dialogue, the Becoming War piece, which is clearly drawing on earlier insights by Barkawi and Brighton in their article of 2011 on how war, in essence, is the always uncertain reworking of meaning, truth, and order through violent means. So war is the institution of violence, but rather war is also the instituting of violence, because it's never stable and it's constantly mutating. But then this again brings questions on how then to carve out methodologies to study this, or to find a framework to bring these differences together. And for this all does imply a focus on more process-oriented ontologies of becoming. But then how do we do this? I very much appreciate the way Stathis now aims to think through these interconnections between manifestations of violence. So, if I understand you correctly, so how, for instance, interstate war may allow for genocide, and how civil war may perhaps facilitate organized crime in terms of hierarchies, but also how an uprising can mutate into a civil war in terms of stages, of different stages of violence, mutating from the one into the other. Now, I myself, arguing then again from this studies, field of conflict studies, I'm trying to sort of understand political violence and war, not so come as an outcome with clear causes, but as I said, but much more as a complex set of dynamic interactions. And actually quite close to Stathis Kalyvas' earlier notion of the alliance as a transaction deal, as so important in understanding and also so researching how only through forging alliances very often joint violence becomes possible, from having national elites and local militias, for instance, making transaction deals which then allow them to pursue their sometimes very different objectives through joint violence. I thought that was very interesting, and we sort of turned that into the notion of assemblage as a methodological tool, because the idea of an assemblage implies a more complex and unstable and fluid arrangement than the alliance, or perhaps network or discourse coalition, which always seem to refer to transaction and always seem to refer to some sort of bilateralism. So we use the concept of assemblage in order to understand the ways complex social and material formations that consist of heterogeneous elements, or different sets of actors with different objectives, still hold together and can exercise power and execute violence. So we then asked questions, so what are the various bodies and objects and ideas and practices and effects that assemble to constitute political violence? And this helps us, at least, to overcome problems of carving up and classifying, and allows us to study how a diversity of actors for different reasons team up for violence, allowing us, and that is my last point, to study a form of political violence that seems to fall outside of the range of classifications that we've discussed so far, but that is something that I find increasingly important, because it's so much the violence that is exercised in my name, in our name, if the our is the Western public, and that is what is called the internationalized intrastate conflicts, or simply the military assemblages, such as the US-led coalition against ISIS, which draw together often unstable and mutable configurations of local militias, national militaries, private contractors in the execution of political and collective violence in places such as Syria, Iraq, and Afghanistan, but certainly also across Africa. So those are my 2 cents in trying to find new ways and new methodologies, perhaps, to study the mutability and the complexity of political violence in the world today. So see what conversations we're going to have after this.
Thank you very much, Jolle. Professor Kalyvas, would you like to respond to that?
Yes, thank you very much. I found both sets of comments very insightful, and of course, I acknowledge the fact that I present you with something which is both complex and in a very short time trying to subsume a lot of information. So the challenge of commenting was not an easy one, and both perspectives, I think, make a lot of sense. One perspective brings in the idea of levels of analysis, whereby a phenomenon such as genocide can be studied from the perspective, for example, of individuals experiencing it in a variety of capacities, either as perpetrators, victims, or bystanders, for example. And we have a variety of studies of that. A study that is located, a study of concepts that's located at the macro level is not incompatible with a study that's located at the micro level. But having clear concepts allows us to, I think, frame the study of these processes in a way that's perhaps more productive. In terms of the second set of concepts, absolutely, one of the things that I didn't discuss in this presentation, but is part of an earlier paper that was referenced, is precisely that the logics of connection can be different, and that's part of the contribution. So, for example, we can have a logic of transformation in which a civil war mutates into a genocide or vice versa, or we can have a logic of instrumentality in which, as I mentioned, a certain type of political violence is used in a very clear instrumental way to achieve a different one. So, for example, you may think of a political organization that is using terrorism to achieve revolution, which was precisely what the Russian anarchists did in the early 19th century. In a sense, what I'm trying to do, and I think what resonated from the comments, is bring together 2 different types of enterprises. One is a conceptual enterprise, which is very often ontological in nature. We ask, what is genocide and how is genocide different, say, from war? And the second enterprise is empirical, which is to say, let's look at things that happen on the ground, the victimization, say, of individual people, and try to understand what causes that. And very often those 2 enterprises are disconnected. And I think the empirical enterprise can gain a lot by having clear concepts. Otherwise, we move in the direction that I described in my presentation, in which there is a proliferation of concepts that very often are not mutually exclusive. Therefore, we study these different things, but we think we study the same thing, or vice versa. And on the other hand, the ontological or conceptual enterprise, when it is not empirical, when it happens in the absence of empirical research, can become almost metaphysical. We discuss what is something without necessarily having a way to connect it to empirical reality. So the challenge, I think, is to try to bridge these 2 sort of enterprises together. And I think both set of comments pointed precisely in that direction. How can we take something that's observable, that we care about, that we study in a lot of detail, and connect it to concepts that are more abstract? I think that's the essence of those, and I think they're absolutely well placed.
Thank you very much. I also really appreciated the notion of transformation. Of course, when we, for example, study the genocide in Cambodia, which was of course preceded by a civil war of 4 years, which itself was preceded by a bombing campaign by the US, which is in a war. And then after the genocide, we have the Vietnamese occupation of Cambodia. But that also means that only rigorous historical research to examine exactly this process will be helpful. And these processes are messy because they not only, of course, transform, but they also coexist. For example, in a lot of interviews I have been conducting with Syrians who were involved in the violence, from one side of the government, the incumbent government, there is the discourse of terrorism, and that any and all political action, let alone violent political action, is seen as terrorism. Whereas on the side of the opposition, there is the discourse of revolution, in that peaceful, the peaceful demonstrations are emphasized, and so both sides, interestingly, they deny the reality of the civil war. And I think that's partly because we're also dealing with a different set of actors. So those who are involved in the fighting, in, for example, intercommunal violence, are a different set of actors from those who are involved in, let's say, nonviolent contestation. Okay, shall we? We have quite a number of questions. Thijs, would you like to take the floor?
Thank you all. I think this is a really nice panel because it brings together different fields. And we've been talking about genocide studies, war studies, conflict studies, political violence, different types of violence, even terrorism. And the common denominator, of course, is violence against people who perhaps cannot defend themselves against violence. And I think, Uğur, you also mentioned historical research. And when we look at this phenomenon, because I guess it's a phenomenon, perhaps it's a phenomenon of modernity, but it starts somewhere. And also relating to our conversations we had this morning with Professor Goldberg, who of course mentioned Mahmoud Mamdani, his book. And basically he starts in 1492 as a starting point of state formation and empire, and perhaps also genocide. And when I was listening to you, Professor Kalyvas, and I was looking at your concepts, and of course we also talk about concepts, I was thinking about what your thoughts are about colonial violence. So violence that is being used by one state against a group of people who don't have a state perhaps yet. And the motive is to create a state and to control and use violence for that. And of course, the Americas are an example thereof, but of course also colonialism in Africa. So concepts like crimes against humanity and genocide, of course, start in the context of violence that occurs in the Congo Free State. But perhaps my question really was, is colonial violence, in your mind, also a form of political violence? Or are there something else? And how do we perceive those two things, perhaps historically? And of course, I also invite you to think about this question.
Well, thank you very much for your question. Absolutely, I would argue that colonial violence is a form of political violence insofar as the political is an attempt to create a form of order that includes people and excludes others, that creates ranks within society, that has distributional consequences, and so on and so forth. So there is no question that there is a political dimension to it. I would also think of the category of interstate violence, of interstate war, as being broad enough to include forms of political organization that fall short of the modern state. So if we think about wars between entities that were not modern states, say in medieval Europe, with very loose and very different kinds of forms of attachments between rulers and ruled, we can find a lot of dynamics that correspond to some of the things that we observe in the contemporary world. One of the practices of interstate war, where I think logic of connection is very interesting, is the traditional set of norms that was associated with siege warfare, whereby when a city resisted conquest by an attacking army, there was an expectation, very often a codified expectation, that if the city were to fall, the defenders could be slaughtered. The men very often would be slaughtered completely, and then the remaining of the population would be sold to slavery, for example. So we have practices of annihilation that are pre-modern, that correspond to a sort of normative setting of war, that are very close to what we would describe today as genocide, even though they're not part of the kind of totalizing, high level and high scale kind of experience associated with modernity in a sort of James Scott type of way, where concepts such as modern genocide make sense, such as the sort of high modernity, mass population engineering that we've come to associate with modernity. So of course, the challenges of moving between different eras are considerable. And one of the things that historians are very good at reminding us is the necessity to anchor the kinds of things we study in specific contexts. At the same time, however, very often extending our gaze beyond the context we're most familiar with can open our eyes to dimensions that we would otherwise be blind to. So there's always something to be gained by moving across. With every move comes additional risk, as you all know.
May I invite you as well to respond if you have any ideas about this question or about Professor Kalyvas, his comments on this?
No, I largely agree that that's a clear case of political violence along these lines of argumentation. Yeah, no, that's hard to disagree with, I'd say.
Okay, Ismee.
Yeah, maybe even that if you talk about the colonial sphere, even when there is not, in the perception of the colonizers, the use of violence, then still, I mean, it's everywhere. So you don't need something like internal warfare or whatever. It's, the whole system is based on political violence, one could say. So, yeah.
Okay. My next question, and also we have some questions from the audience, so I'm going to try to be a little bit short in my question. Professor Kalyvas, you talked about an anchor and anchor points in history, and coming from the field of genocide studies, and perhaps a younger generation who studies genocide, a new anchor point perhaps is the genocide in Rwanda, which this week, of course, started 27 years ago. And in your mind, when thinking about the relationship between war, political violence, and genocide, how would you, from the perspective of your research, also in other cases, would explain this dynamic between these three different factors? In the case of Rwanda, where we saw also the issue of colonialism, which perhaps animated and created much of the standards and the starting points for genocide to occur. The question why I'm asking, because the Rwandan genocide, of course, doesn't stand on its own. There was war before and there was a massive war afterwards. And in the beginning, you also talked about what causes war. Does war cause genocide, but can genocide also cause war? So perhaps my question is a little bit longer than I promised, but I would love to hear your reflections on this.
Well, the challenge with the Rwandan genocide is that it incorporates a number of elements. You mentioned colonialism and identities that emerge out of the colonial practice. You have the situation of civil war, which is associated with ethnic exclusion, which is very common. And you also have a situation of regional competition, in which, for example, surrounding states provide the conditions that allow insurgents to organize and act in ways that challenge existing states. So these are extremely common elements, and yet the Rwandan genocide remains quite exceptional. Violence is a very common characteristic of a lot of the conflicts that we have observed not just in sub-Saharan Africa, but in places where we have internal warfare, what we often describe as civil war. But at the same time, the striking thing about the Rwandan genocide and what actually makes the genocide in a sort of very clear-cut way was the systematic way in which it was organized and the vision behind it. That is not as common as the characteristics that we mentioned. So the challenge for the research is to explain, I would argue, this mismatch between a set of factors that occur quite often. They're not common, but they're not extremely rare, and an outcome that seems to be extremely unusual. And I think that is the challenge for everyone to try to bridge that gap. And I don't have an answer to that question. I'm sure you have much more insight on that than I do. But for me, that is the biggest challenge. Very often, researchers working on genocide studies have tried to unearth the factor that could bridge this gap into the realm of ideology. But again, the work of Scott Strauss and others seem to indicate that so-called genocidal ideologies, insofar as they can be defined irrespective of a realized genocide, that is, ideologies that are characterized by the exclusion and dehumanization of others, again, tend to be much more common than realized genocides. Again, there is the same kind of challenge, the same puzzle, a happy puzzle, thankfully, between the propensity to act in a certain way and the realization of acting in that way.
Thank you very much for also sharpening our thoughts. And maybe I can move to you, Jolle. How would you look at the Rwandan genocide in the context, perhaps from the perspective of conflict studies?
Yeah. What I'm trying to do or I'm trying to establish is indeed to try and see how certain forms of political violence, such as genocide, can take place because there is a combination of deal makings and alliance formations between particular discourses, ideologies, resources, so human, non-human factors, and sets of actors that in a particular setting, in a particular time and space, and that can be quite contingent, make deals, team up for often very different reasons. And then step into this possibility to create, to set up, to execute joint violence for different reasons. And I think that kind of, to understand the phenomena of violence in that way also really helps to understand how it can transform and mutate into other types of violence, because different actors are pulling out or are being pushed out of these deal makings and others can be invited in. And I think if you understand a violent complex as such, you can sort of trace its mutating formation, and then you can decide to then, depending on the actors involved, name it civil war, extra internationalized intrastate war, genocide, or mass atrocity, because we have this strong tendency to cut up and categorize. But I think what we're actually looking at is different constellation and configuration of actors and technologies that transform over time. And it's the question of who's actually making basically the boundary rules of who can take part in the party, basically, and who is allowed in and who is not able to register, and what are the active and who are the sort of mute participants sometimes that are just there for legitimate justification of the assemblage, as you could call it, is an extremely fruitful way of understanding these violent trajectories. And helps us to step away from all these classifications and capture the dynamics and mutability of violence in a much more empirically grounded way by tracing the assemblage, tracing the deal makings. So that would be my answer, that at that particular moment in time, we saw these combinations of actors having the capacity to indeed instigate this kind of mass violence.
Excellent, thank you. Ismee, perhaps you can continue the thought and discuss a little bit how your research into experiences, perhaps of those different actors who create those trajectories towards violence. Do you have any thoughts about it? Because I'm really intrigued by your concept of experiences from the perspective of perpetrators, bystanders, victims, and perhaps other interlocutors.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I think it may link very well to what Jolle was just saying about the actors and the transformations in the process. So I think in another context I called it negotiations, and that's where it takes shape. You know, that's where people come together in, not as equals usually, and not with very peaceful means usually. But that's where it happens, and that's where you could say that's where the space opens up, and it can go in that direction or in another direction, depending on the conditions that people are in, but also on their meaning making, how they conceive the other, how they see themselves, whether they see themselves as representatives of big groups or maybe as peacemakers or whatever it is that they see themselves as. That's what they bring into these negotiations. And I think when we try to study the spaces that open up in these negotiations, could be very small spaces, but still, that's why, you know, you could also call it a clash. But there are spaces there. There's no predetermined path. It has to happen. And I think if we study that, then we can see from very nearby how at certain points things start to shift in a more violent direction, or maybe in a de-escalating direction.
Maybe also how under the cloak of a particular threat perception or a particular label, particular individuals can come together.
Definitely.
And another discourse, another threat perception is excluding, you know, actors from teaming up. So that sort of how narratives evolve, and how people can under the cloak of a particular notion of terrorism or ethnic cleansing or whatever it is, can for an instant at least execute their differences, different types of objectives and violences. But it seems from the outside it's sort of lumped together as one consistent whole for some time. Yeah.
I think you've all mentioned.
But this comes very much back to what Stathis has been working on, I think, earlier, under sort of how also your work in Iraq, on how very often violence is lumped together under one label, whereas if you take a closer look, you could see that there's many different types and projects and arrangements going on, and how people are in it for very different reasons, but use a particular master cleavage to execute their private or personal or ideological types of violence that are not necessarily connected to that master cleavage, I'd say.
Which brings us back, I think.
Like every political project is a project of framing, allows very distinct types of motivations to come together under the same cover. And we see the same thing with genocide. The motivations of participants can be extremely varied.
Okay, thank you very much. We are out of time, unfortunately. We could continue for hours, I guess. But thank you very much, Professor Kalyvas. Thank you very much, Jolle and Ismee and Tames. We will take a quick break, 15 minutes, and we'll be back with our next panel on the future of genocide research. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to our third panel, Chronicles, What is the Future of Genocide Research? We have a very rich and very interesting panel ahead. Our keynote speaker is Professor Dirk Moses. He's the Frank Porter Graham Distinguished Professor of Global Human Rights History. He's a leading expert on the history of genocide and colonialism and editor of the Journal of Genocide Research and the Oxford Handbook of Genocide Studies. What is the future of genocide research? We have a very rich and very interesting panel ahead. Our keynote speaker is... Dirk, could you mute yourself? Thank you. So Dirk, he has published widely on genocide and colonialism, has held a number of fellowships and positions at the University of Sydney, the USHMM, and the European University Institute, and since 2020 at the University of North Carolina. His most recent book, The Problems of Genocide, Permanent Security and the Language of Transgression, just appeared and is a fundamental rethinking of the origins and the function of the genocide concept. Our first discussant will be Omar McDoom. He's assistant professor in comparative politics at the London School of Economics. He's a comparative political scientist and works on genocide, civil wars, and ethnic conflicts, as well as ethnic and religious integration, with area expertise in Central Africa. He has held research fellowships at Harvard University and Oxford University, and has recently published the massive volume, The Path to Genocide in Rwanda, Security, Opportunity, and Authority in an Ethnocratic State, 2020. The discussion will be facilitated by my colleague, Professor Nanci Adler, who is Professor of Memory, History, and Transitional Justice at the University of Amsterdam and the Nieuwhout Institute. Her research focuses on transitional justice, the Gulag, the legacy and crimes of communism, oral history, and memory. She has authored and edited, among others, Keeping Faith with the Party, Communist Believers Return from the Gulag, 2012, Understanding the Age of Transitional Justice, Crimes, Courts, Commissions, and Chronicling, 2018, and numerous articles and chapters on the consequences of Stalinism. The second discussant will be myself. So, Professor Moses, over to you.
Well, thanks very much for having me. It's a real honor to be asked to address the conference, the workshop on this important issue, and of course at this esteemed institution and among these august colleagues. Now, the panel abstract states that scholarship on genocide is not caught up to developments in climate change, political instability, creeping authoritarianism, and organized hatred, and seems to be in a rut. Now, this statement, I think, is both true and false in equal measure. The field has developed in leaps and bounds in the last 20 years since Generation X took over the reins, and it is addressing these issues. And yet, nonetheless, it remains in a rut, for reasons I think that Stathis Kalyvas touched on in his paper just then. In my own short paper, I address these issues and argue that they are related. The conceptual limitations of genocide mean that research on the just mentioned topics, climate change, organized hatred, and so forth, lead to conceptual stretching of various kinds. Whether this stretching entails creatively expanding the limits of genocide or reaching its breaking point is an issue we can discuss. Now, in my new book, The Problems of Genocide, I opt for the latter position, as the title hints, the concept of genocide as a problem rather than as a solution for mass violence against civilians. In doing so, I trace how and why the concept was coined and then institutionalized in the first place. Why do we even have this concept? They're the kind of questions historians are allowed to ask. Now, of course, there was no academic field of genocide studies in 1948, when the UN General Assembly passed the Convention on the Punishment and Prevention of Genocide. By a field, we mean the infrastructure of associations, journals, and university centers that embody bodies of knowledge and that set research agendas based on central questions and preferred methods. The field crystallized only really in the 1990s after the so-called pioneers had started out as isolated figures in the 1970s and 80s with books and small conferences that established networks mainly between the US, Israeli, and Armenian scholars. Now, closer inspection of their thinking and activities in these formative decades, which I undertake in the book, reveals that they confronted the same questions we do today. Namely, what is the proper object of inquiry? What is and what is not? What is genocide? What is not genocide? Although they did so in a radically different world. The key issues then were the legacy of the Vietnam War, during which Jean-Paul Sartre and others contended that the US was committing genocide, the legacy of post-colonial secessionist conflicts in Nigeria and Pakistan between 1967 and 1971, during which genocide was alleged and became an international scandal, although that's largely forgotten now. The third issue was the question of atomic and nuclear warfare that the peace movement placed on the agenda, particularly during the Reagan presidency in the reignition of the Cold War arms race. And then fourth, the relationship between genocide and the Holocaust, when memory of the Holocaust as unique or as singular was starting to break through. Now, many Cold War liberals, mainly Cold War liberals, these pioneers struck a conceptual compromise. On the one hand, they determined that the Holocaust was paradigmatic and thus the ideal type or archetype of genocide, thereby dismissing those who argued it was utterly incomparable, and thereby enabling this new field of comparative genocide studies, as it called itself at the time. On the other hand, they determined that the US and post-colonial states had not committed genocide in these cases in the 60s and 70s, because their actions did not resemble the Holocaust. And neither did Allied aerial bombing in World War II. The violence of settler colonialism and imperial conquest was hardly on their radar. Throughout the 1990s, the field looked to the US and to the West generally to intervene in genocide in Rwanda and the Balkans. And Samantha Power's unilateral humanitarianism became their lodestar. Thus constituted, I've argued, the first iteration of genocide studies was really the handmaiden of US empire after its victory in the Cold War. The anthologies they produced attest to the proposition that the constitution of the field is much about exclusion as inclusion. When at an Association of Genocide Studies conference in the early 2000s, Mark Levine pointed out how ideologically freighted the field had become. This is in the lead up to the global war on terror and so forth. He was ritually slapped down by, I think it was Helen Fine. And that's why the next generation of scholars, Generation X, my generation, decided in the late 90s, when we were still postgraduate students, to try to change the field's direction, to open it to colonial and post-colonial scholarship, to decenter the West, and to make it a more scholarly rather than activist field. I think in the main we've succeeded in doing so since establishing the International Network of Genocide Studies, of scholars, and taking on the Journal of Genocide Research in 2005. In the meantime, the International Association of Genocide Studies, the other one, has passed into the hands of a younger generation, Generation X and even millennials, who largely share these views. So there's been a welcome changing of the guard. The anthologies on genocide we now all produce are far more eclectic, often featuring Mark Levine on ecocide, for example, in the Oxford Handbook of Genocide Research I edited with Donald Block some 11 years ago. And we're about to submit another shorter handbook that features many of the field's enduring themes. Now, what I'm going to try to do is share my screen. If you wouldn't mind allowing me to do that, and I want to show you a few things. Is that possible? No, it doesn't look like I'm allowed to share my screen. So the PowerPoint I've prepared, I will now throw into the rubbish, and I will just read. Okay, maybe I can. Something's changed. Okay, here we go. The miracle of technology. Okay. So, for example, here's the table of contents of this book, which is somewhat scrambled, I see, on line 8. which is going to press now. And you can see that the field is extremely eclectic and incorporates far more issues than just political violence, narrowly defined, as we heard earlier, important as that is. Then also consider the field's infrastructure and how rich it's become. Starting in 1986, we have the journal Holocaust and Genocide Studies, though really only publishing on the Holocaust, as you can see from the table of contents of the last two issues. I don't know if you can read the fine print there, but every article is somehow related to the Holocaust. Then we have the Journal of Genocide Research, founded in 1999, After Life as a newsletter, and then accompanied in 2005 by Genocide Studies and Prevention and Genocide Studies International, which were founded in 2006, I should say, as actually the same journal, then split for various reasons. Now, other academic journals of international relations, international law, and conflict studies also regularly publish on genocide. Handbooks, textbooks, anthologies, multi-volume editions likewise proliferate. Meanwhile, presses increasingly host book series on genocide, often associated with themes like warfare and the Holocaust. The depth of this scholarship means that genocide really is now included as an organizing category in general historical surveys, and that wasn't the case 30 years ago. Now, for all that, there's no mistaking that this enrichment has reached its limits. For cognate and alternative concepts have emerged to challenge genocide, like new journals such as this one, there's two here, Violence, an international journal at the top, in which Omar McDoom chose to publish his recent article on genocide, and where Stathis Kalyvas placed an interview on the subject just recently. And at the bottom, you have the Journal of Mass Violence Research. Then you have the Journal of Perpetrator Studies, which I know a number of you over there are involved in. As well, the journal, the State Crime Journal. Meanwhile, the Cambridge History of Violence and books on massacre studies consciously eschew genocide. And political scientists routinely distinguish between genocide and politicide, each driven by a distinct logic. And the same applies to those who work on civil war and ethnic violence without utilizing the genocide concept. Neither have social scientists and historians researching political violence, especially in the Middle East, made genocide their category of choice, at least until Daesh attacks on the Yazidis. For the same reason, some publishing houses prefer alternative concepts like crimes against humanity and human rights to name their book series on mass violence. Bundling all these terms is the United Nations, which uses mass atrocity crimes to bundle together genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and ethnic cleansing in order to promote prevention strategies. Still others prefer concepts like extremely violent societies and demographic surgery. Now, in response to this conceptual pluralism, the Journal of Genocide Research, which I edit, for example, has extended its remit, as you can see from the top paragraph there. It's a cross-disciplinary journal that promotes, the camera here is covering it, study of genocide and related phenomena such as crimes against humanity, war crimes, and violence against civilians. So in other words, we can do whatever we want. We've recently published an article by Scott Strauss on the limits of the genocide lens in the Rwandan genocide. And we've moved to adjust to this sort of conceptual pluralism, or anarchy, if you like, in three ways. First, by publishing special issues on the violence of decolonization, like the Dutch police actions in Indonesia, and in post-colonial societies, like the Biafra and East Pakistan cases, that are usually excluded from the canonical list of modern genocides. Second, by entertaining creative appropriations of the concept hitherto indexed to the Holocaust archetype, such as the slow genocide of settler colonialism, and ecocide, which is the title of a special issue, which is about to hit the streets any day now. And third, by including mass violence against civilians in general, which I know came up in the previous panel. For example, the Syrian civil war, on which Uğur is preparing a forum for the journal. So you can see we've really broadened out considerably from the topics that were covered when we inherited the journal 16 years ago. However, and I say this in all honesty as the editor of the journal and as someone who has been active in this field for 20 years, does this really work? Doesn't this expansion really mean abandoning the genocide concept as constituted by Lemkin and the pioneers of genocide studies who modeled it on the Holocaust as a massive hate crime, and in which victims are recognized as victims because they are utterly innocent, uninvolved in insurgency or civil war, targeted solely on the grounds of their identity? Genocide as a crime against identity rather than as a consequence of military necessity or security. Now, the new journals I've mentioned above are similarly pluralistic. They point to the fact that genocide is a problem. Not only the terrible fact of mass death, but also how the relatively new idea and law of genocide organizes and distorts our thinking about civilian, that is, non-combatant destruction. It means that genocide constantly needs to be augmented or stretched in order to cover cases which don't fit. In other words, what I'm getting at, and this is also the thesis of the book, is that talk of genocide functions ideologically to detract from systematic violence against civilians perpetrated by governments, including Western ones. And this violence, I argue, is a consequence of permanent security imperatives, the striving of states and armed groups to found states and to make themselves invulnerable to threats. Permanent security is excessive, often paranoid policy responses that necessarily result in civilian casualties by striving for the unobtainable goal of absolute safety. And to solve the problems of genocide, with its tendency to place these crimes, various crimes, in a hierarchy with genocide at the top, I propose replacing genocide with permanent security as an organizing concept and possibly even a law. Consider aerial bombing. It's no trivial matter if protecting non-combatants is a civilized norm, as long claimed by Western states. The United States dropped 8 times more bomb tonnage in Indochina, over 2 million tons on Laos alone during the Vietnam War, than in the Second World War, killing 2 to 3 million people, mainly civilians. When Western publics recalled in horror from these often televised destructive images in the war, air forces moved to more accurate technologies, namely guided missiles. Even then, military strategists and lawyers acknowledge that the collateral damage of surgical strikes, which drone operators cynically call bug splat, is unavoidable, if regrettable. And as a consequence, US forces were responsible for almost half the civilian casualties in Afghanistan in 2019, dropping more ordnance on the country than in all previous years, hoping to bomb the enemy to the negotiating table, as they did in Vietnam in the 70s. Now, in the spirit of making careful distinctions, commentators insist that such civilian destruction cannot be compared to genocide because the purpose of the latter is to destroy peoples, whereas military action aims only to defeat enemies, even if killing some civilians in the process is inevitable. To this objection, I respond thus. Why privilege the intention of states and their armed forces? What does it matter to civilians if they are killed by violence inflicted with genocidal or with military intent? And what if global policing is intrinsic to national security policy, thereby entailing the constant military action, the infinity, the forever, the endless or permanent wars in which some states are engaged? Such wars are enabled by the use of drones and missiles, which shift the risk from armed personnel to enemy non-combatants, resulting in repeated small-scale civilians. Now, drone and missile strikes have increased since late 2001 in the US's global war on terror in the Middle East and Asia, in which 800,000 people have died, of whom some 335 were civilians, 35,000 were civilians. Now, in these circumstances, which we're confronting right now, the continuous killing of civilians becomes the norm rather than confined to occasional wars. They are casualties of mowing the grass, as Israeli security analysts call the long-term strategy of attrition designed primarily to debilitate enemy capabilities in their protracted, intractable conflict with Hamas. So in practice, civilian casualties are routinely and cumulatively caused by this strategy. Mowing the grass has effectively become not only the new Western way of war, but of modern warfare, as the Russian and Syrian bombings of targets in their own territories indicates. It's not as if the West is the only one here. Now, the principle of civilian immunity is the presumption of civilian innocence. Military thinkers and international lawyers have wrestled with the conundrum of observing that 20th century warfare was total, whereas whether in enlisting entire populations in the two world wars or in internal armed conflicts like civil wars. Total warfare, they suggest, means that, say, factory workers and their families contribute to the war effort as much as soldiers on the front. They are not so innocent and therefore legitimate targets. Now, to insist on the tidy distinction between combatants and civilians is outmoded, they suggest. But if civilians are not immune, then they are presumed guilty by association with enemy combatants. And then we verge on the mental world of genocide. Entire populations as enemies whose members are collectively guilty or at least expendable. Is it to conceal this murderous assumption in military strategy and international law that civilian destruction needs to be genocidal to shock the conscience of mankind, to invoke the antiquated language of humanitarian declarations? And furthermore, is that why such mass violence needs to resemble the Holocaust to be recognizable as genocide? Now, these are some of the problems of genocide, but there are many others. But I want to ask, how much time have I got left?
There's 7 minutes left, Dirk.
Okay, I'll continue. By defining genocide in narrow terms, governments can undertake drastic measures against population groups in the name of security, self-preservation, military necessity, and opposing terrorists. The Assad regime in Syria has been doing so for years. This political problem is founded on a conceptual one, though, distinguishing genocide from civil war, counterinsurgency, and armed conflict. Since its appearance in international law in the late 40s, genocide has been conceived of as a crime committed by one state or parastate against another civilians or against a hapless ethnic minority within one's own borders. And according to the UN Convention, it is, as we know, the intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. That means political enemies such as communists are not covered by the convention, leading scholars to engage in this conceptual innovation to subsume political violence into the genocidal category. Now, although there are no legal barriers to identifying genocide within civil wars, in fact, as mentioned in the previous panel, genocidal violence is most likely to take place during and immediately after civil wars, political discourse commonly distinguishes between them because armed conflict suggests belligerent symmetry, whereas genocide is imagined as asymmetrical violence against civilians. Thus, the governments of Nigeria and Pakistan rejected the genocide claim in the 60s and early 70s, insisting that they were confronting internal rebellions that were no business of the international community. And most members of the UN agreed. And they also rejected the Biafran and East Pakistan claims that they were victims of genocide, despite widespread public support for their causes. The distinction between genocide and political violence blinds us to violence against all civilians and the circumstances that produce it. Alternatively, state violence can be excused as legitimately political, that is, motivated by security concerns, rather than as illegitimately ethnic in motivation. It's, for example, in response to the accusation that Myanmar is committing genocide by driving 750,000 Rohingya into Bangladesh with wanton violence, its leaders denounce them as Bengali terrorists because of the Arakan Rohingya Salvation Army's attacks on 30 police stations. Based on a government commission report into the violence issued in January 2020, the state concluded no genocidal intent could be disclaimed. It said, "We have not found any evidence suggesting that these killings or acts of displacement were committed pursuant to an intent or plan to destroy the Muslim or any other community in northern Rakhine state. On the contrary, the Rohingya provoked the state into an internal armed conflict," said the report. And some Western commentators effectively agreed with the Myanmar state by insisting on the purity of the genocide concept, meaning its approximation to the Holocaust. It was wrong to pin the genocide label on the campaign against the Rohingya, declared the former New York Times journalist and foreign policy pundit Stephen Kinzer, who said, "Not all atrocities are genocide." This was a civil war-like rather than genocidal conjuncture, these commentators implied. Now, finally, the genocide concept presumes the existence of identity-based groups as building blocks of humanity. Its premise is identity-based violence motivated by racial, ethnic, or religious hatred. In this categorization, populations comprise ethnic majorities and minorities as political facts. These groups are understood as political agents with ontological status rather than as the outcomes of complex processes of racialization. And this presupposition of fixed identities flies in the face of the fact that people have multiple layered identities, and that the obvious fact of, say, religious difference only becomes a public political identity in particular circumstances. When politics is imagined in sectarian terms of ethnic struggle, we are still analytically inhabiting the mental world of genocide rather than thinking beyond it. Another problem of genocide, then, is its participation in the discursive construction of identity-based violence against civilians. The protection of civilians, and here I finish, is also on the agenda in view of the seeming cavalier disregard for their safety in the bombings of the besieged cities of the Middle East, whether Aleppo, Ghouta, Gaza, or Sada, sometimes compelling journalists to make genocidal allusions to gain humanitarian attention. They feel the need to do so because a narrow definition of genocide downgrades, if not screens out, more common and equally destructive human losses. Indeed, this law and culture, I argue in the book and in this paper, effectively licenses this kind of violence against mass civilians because it's not called genocide. And so that's why I think, given these problems, the concept of genocide should be replaced with the more general crime of permanent security. To that end, one of the challenges I posit as an historian of concepts, as well as of violence, is to understand how our categories and imagination of mass criminality produce this moral hierarchy, this lamentable hair-splitting in discussions about civilian destruction, and the occlusion of permanent security. And with that, I just want to go to the cover of my book, which is this. And you can see on the right, this family depicted in this painting on the wall with the raven above it, the raven symbolizing the terrible death they experienced. And that's a close-up of it. And this is where it's from. It's from a bombed out house in Sada in Yemen. The family was killed by a Saudi airstrike in 2015. And the amazing and inspiring Yemeni street artist Murad Subeh has been painting street art like this across the city. And he's currently living in Paris in kind of exile because it's not very popular with the government. And he's painting art like this in order to remember and bring to consciousness these victims who are not victims of genocide classically defined, and are therefore largely invisible to the Western public, for whom the image of the victim is a Holocaust victim or a victim of genocide, which means one who's not killed in armed conflict by the logic of military necessity as collateral damage, but someone who, and therefore vicariously guilty by association with, as a member of a group that's engaged in an insurgency or political action. Instead, the exemplary victim in the Western imagination is an utterly innocent one killed only on the grounds of their identity, as a kind of massive hate crime. And it's to sort of break that down that I've written this book, and I'm happy to discuss these issues with you now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dirk, for that interesting and insightful reconceptualization. We shall now first go to Omar McDoom for the first response to your presentation.
Okay, hello. Greetings from Helsinki, a windy Helsinki. And I apologize in advance. I'm actually seated in the balcony of our apartment, and the wind is whistling in the background. So I apologize if that gets in the way of my talking. So thank you very much to Niad for the opportunity to participate in this important event. And hello to all of the listeners out there who have taken the time in the middle of a pandemic, no less, to tune into a conference whose subject matter is also mass death. I was encouraged to hear that there may be up to 750 people out there watching and or listening. I'm all too conscious of the risks of Zoom fatigue for the audience, so I will really aim to stick to my 10 minutes, and I will try to make this quite structured so it's easy enough to follow. So I was going to talk in 3 stages. So in the first stage, I wanted to set out what I understand Dirk believes to be the central problem with the field of genocide studies at the moment, as well as his proposed solution to it. So that's in the first part. And in the second part, I wanted to evaluate that, the merits, but also potentially some of the risks with what Dirk suggests. And then lastly, I would like to conclude by humbly reframing Dirk's problem and proposing a different and perhaps less radical description for the problem that he rightly identifies. So I should begin by saying that I think it's very healthy for any field to wonder about its future and about its boundaries. And as Dirk points out very well, that every field is initially defined by the particular context in which it is born. And it is also shaped by the context in which it continues to evolve. And Dirk himself is specially positioned, I think, to assess this evolution in the field of genocide studies, a professional historian of genocide. He has the unique vantage point being the editor of one of the main field journals. And importantly, he's, as he pointed out, written a new book, which he very kindly shared the introduction of with me before this talk. And in that introduction, he tracks very well the intellectual trajectory of the field of genocide studies. But I also think that a field never stops evolving or questioning its boundaries. And this process of conceptualization and reconceptualization, this conversation that we're having now, I think should never really end. And maybe we'll be having this again 10, 20, 30 years from now as well. Okay, so the first part, what is the central problem in the field or with the term genocide as Dirk identifies it? So the problem, as I understand it, and I'm quoting here, Dirk very kindly shared with me his presentation beforehand, which makes my task a lot easier. I quote, "The problem is this: talk of genocide functions ideologically to detract from systematic violence against civilians perpetrated by governments, including Western ones. And," I continue, "the distinction between genocide and political violence blinds us to violence against all civilians and the circumstances that produce it." So Dirk has a point, I think. If I were to take the case that I know best, Rwanda's genocide, I think there are few who are on this, participating in this conference, who would be unaware that Rwanda's violence overwhelmingly targeted the country's ethnic Tutsi minority. But if we were to cast a wider lens, violence on a massive scale, and I'm talking potentially hundreds of thousands of civilians, targeting Rwandans who are not only Tutsi, occurred before and after those 100 fateful days that defined what we have termed Rwanda's genocide. Yet, generally, we know much, much less about this other kind of violence. The historical record is poor, and accountability for this other violence is almost non-existent. So the problem then is that using the term genocide means that we respond to some atrocities, but ignore others that are, in Dirk's view, equally serious and morally reprehensible. So that is the nature of the problem. So what's the solution? So Dirk's solution, in my view, is somewhat radical. He says we cannot stretch the concept of genocide anymore. And he's in good company there. Stathis says the same thing. And I feel the same way too. But he says that it's time to replace it, both as an analytical concept and even potentially as a crime. And the new term that he suggests is permanent security. And by this, he means, and again, I quote, permanent security is an excessive, often paranoid policy response that necessarily results in civilian casualties by striving, and this is the key point, for the unobtainable goal of absolute safety. So it is permanent security that should be outlawed rather than genocide. So it's a broader concept, a catch-all concept that Dirk suggests we should use to subsume the many instances, the many types of violence that Dirk feels is morally comparable and serious enough to be included along with crimes that we consider classically to be genocide. Okay, so this brings me to the second part, which is an assessment of what my assessment of what Dirk is suggesting. So there's much that's good with what Dirk suggests, I think. And I'd highlight two aspects of it. So the first is that Dirk is, by using this term, permanent security, avoiding the conceptually complex issue of intent that has bedeviled the field of genocide studies. And instead of being intent-oriented, his approach is more outcome-oriented. So Dirk is asking us to focus on the outcome, the fact that large numbers of civilians have been systematically killed. It makes no difference to the dead whether the killers saw them as collateral damage or not. They are still dead. So that's the first main advantage. We get away from the conceptual and operational challenge of genocidal intent. A second, I think, very powerful advantage to the approach that Dirk presents us is that the concept of permanent security overcomes or eliminates the bias towards privileging certain identity groups. So typically these are ascriptive identities, right? So ethnic, religious, national. For Dirk, there is no moral distinction or moral reason for why we should privilege ethnic violence over political violence. It shouldn't matter, and I agree with him, that whether someone is targeted because they are a Jew or because they are a communist. So permanent security has the advantage that it eliminates this preferential special treatment of certain groups over others. So it's an important kind of equity argument that Dirk is making here. So those are two, I think, very powerful advantages with the prescription that Dirk presents us for dealing with the limits of the term genocide. At the same time, there are some implications with Dirk's proposed solution, permanent security, of which I think we should pay attention. So Dirk is inviting us to ignore intent, or at least to ignore the distinction between intended killing on the one hand, and then unintended but foreseeable death on the other. So cases, as he said, he gave us an example at the end there of aerial bombardment or drone strikes. So this is the doctrine of double effect. This is quite a radical suggestion. And I think criminologists might hesitate here to agree with what Dirk suggests, because intent, this special intent, mens rea, if you like, criminal justice is what the term used in criminal justice. Well, that intent is crucial for distinguishing the moral gravity of the crime and correspondingly the punishment that we would accord the perpetrator of that crime. So if you think of the case of, say, homicide, if we ignored intent in this way, there would be no need to distinguish murder from manslaughter. And the risk of doing this, of course, is that we end up making false, potentially false moral equivalence. Is the US drone operator who fires that missile that kills ISIS combatants, but also incidentally, but foreseeably, also kills Syrian civilians, is that drone operator as morally reprehensible as the German soldier who deliberately and cruelly tortures his Jewish victims before dispatching them? I ask that. So that's the first kind of implication that permanent security has, I think, that we should be aware of. A second is that it has the potential of changing the field of genocide studies almost beyond recognition, that the field begins to lose its distinctiveness, that we are stretching it to the point that it's beginning to blend back into the other fields from which it first emerged and distinguished itself. Peace studies, war studies, the histories of war, security studies, all of which also deal with civilian targeted violence. But genocide studies was carved out to distinguish itself and to distinguish genocide from these other types of phenomena. So we may inadvertently end up taking a step backwards by losing the term genocide or replacing the term genocide and instead adopting this term permanent security. And then a final thought, which is perhaps personal to me, is that Dirk rightly points out that the term genocide is so powerful politically that it makes all other types of mass violence seem less egregious, less morally reprehensible. That genocide, it is the crime of crimes, and that there is this implicit moral hierarchy on top of which genocide sits. But for me, at least, the notion of permanent security risks going all the other way and not evoking that sense of moral outrage that the term genocide does, at least not for me. To the contrary, to me, when I hear the term permanent security, it almost sounds as if we're providing a defense or legitimizing the violence in some way. Because a state that faces a security threat, would they not have this right? Would we not immediately think of the right of self-defense? Clearly, that's not what Dirk intends. He's talking about permanent security and absolute safety, which he's not in favor of, and I'm not in favor of either. But the term, just as a label, I think doesn't have that moral that sense of moral outrage that a term like genocide evokes. So this brings me to my third and final point, which is this, that is the problem that Dirk correctly identifies, rightly to do with the term genocide, or is it something else? So I would humbly suggest that the problem Dirk is really articulating is the inconsistent policy response to crimes of mass atrocity, the inconsistent policy response, and that this inconsistency is unjustifiable for Dirk because these crimes are morally comparable. And he pins the responsibility for this inconsistency on the term genocide itself, and rightly points out that there are limits to this term. But I think it may be going just a little too far to suggest or to pin the responsibility for this inconsistency on the term genocide itself. I would suggest, as a scholar of political science and international relations, that a potentially alternate explanation of this inconsistency in the way we respond to these crimes lies in the realpolitik logics of allies and enemies and the strong and the weak. Dirk himself rightly pointed out, at least in the text that he sent me, the inconsistency in the American response to Saudi Arabia's bombardment of Yemeni civilians. And at the same time, it's the US government's calling out of the Assad's regime of that violence is exterminatory. So what drives this inconsistency is that, well, Saudi Arabia is Washington's client and Assad is Moscow's client. So I would hazard that if we change the term from genocide to permanent security, we will still likely see the same inconsistent behavior, the same inconsistent response, no matter what term we ultimately employ, be it genocide, be it permanent security, be it any of the other terms that the field has attempted to use. So this leads me to my different prescription for the problem that Dirk rightly identifies. So I would humbly suggest that we keep the term genocide and reserve it for those cases that truly merit its distinctive significance. We should have a conversation, an intellectual academic conversation around what we think those distinctive features are, whether it is to do with the intention, with the nature of the protected groups, with the means by which the elimination is accomplished, whatever we consider to be the defining distinctive features of genocide, we should keep the term genocide. And I agree with Stathis and Dirk here that we should stop trying to stretch the concept of genocide to include other cases. I also think we should keep our existing vocabulary, our existing lexiconic infrastructure, right? That we have crimes against humanity, war crimes, ethnic cleansing. But for the new types of atrocity that are emerging, that and that don't intuitively fall under any of the existing labels that we already have, let's develop concepts to describe those separately. New terms that make analytical, intuitive sense, that recognize the conceptual distinctiveness of them, rather than a catch-all concept that brings together, in my view, potentially disparate phenomena. I think we're expecting too much of the field of genocide studies to be able to address all these new types of mass violence that the world is seeing and that might well appear, whether violence related to climate change, the democratic recession that we are observing, the rise of populism and resurgence of nationalist feeling, the emergence of automated warfare. These all might produce conceptually distinct forms of violence. And I humbly submit we should have then conceptually distinct terms to describe them. They're all morally serious, but they may be analytically distinct from genocide then. So to conclude, perhaps somewhat darkly, I don't think we will ever escape this problem of inconsistent responses to mass atrocities. I think that's a constructivist, naive belief that we would be able to get to that point. But if we do wish to honor the call of never again, I would suggest that we would be better off focusing our energies on changing the calculus of the perpetrators before they commit these atrocities, rather than trying to mobilize the political will to stop it once it has started by coming up with terms that we think would evoke or mobilize that political will. Unfortunately, I think that as humanity is actually moving in the opposite direction in the moment. The most significant institution in the modern era with the potential to change the calculus of murderous regimes, the International Criminal Court, is at this moment in time facing efforts to weaken rather than strengthen it. So I would invite the field then to continue its move towards understanding the cases where genocide did not happen, because we would want to understand what shaped the decisions of the political leaders in those cases not to commit those types of atrocities. So let me end it there. Thank you.
So in the interest of time, I will make my own comments slightly briefer than intended, because we would like to get a response from Dirk Moses and open up for some more discussion. So I would like to make 2 points, but preface that with a conversation I once had with an Iraqi Arab man who was originally from Sinjar, and who was in 2014 when the Islamic State invaded Sinjar, the Yazidi areas, who was living there with his brother. He fled, but his brother was killed for not joining the Islamic State. And so in the following days, there was, of course, the mass killing of Yazidi men, mostly, and kidnapping of Yazidi women. This Iraqi Arab man, for his ethnic background of being Sunni Arab, was not counted in the following months and the following years as one of the genocide victims. And so this was an interesting repetition of the Rwandan scenario, in which the public response to the genocide of the Yazidis, or to speak with the perpetrator term, the Islamic State genocide, forced us really to inhabit the imagined ethnic logic of the perpetrators. And so I'd like to make two points that relate to some of the things Dirk has said. And one is about simultaneous invention. So if we think of genocide and the etiology of the concept, and then of course there's the famous book on East-West Street on Hersch Lauterpacht on crimes against humanity. But around the same period as Lemkin was alive, Norbert Elias, a German Jewish sociologist, wrote a book called The Civilizing Process. And even though he does not use the concept of genocide, but he thinks about the monopoly of violence, about state violence, about the civilizing process, and implicitly also the decivilizing process. That literature has developed quite a bit and has now looked at compartments of killing. So a situation in which a society continues its relatively civilized existence, and yet at around the same time in faraway compartments conducts mass killings. So there's one question about why, maybe to Dirk or in general, about why that kind of simultaneous invention in the genealogy of thinking about mass violence and mass murder has not been incorporated in the research on genocide. The second point is, and it's my final point really in the interest of time, is about the future of genocide. So I would like to pose 3 potential and I think interesting directions in which the research can go. One is geographic variety. So why do genocides vary in their outcomes locally? So a large country like Indonesia, in which genocide occurred in 1965, has seen variation in, for example, in Aceh or in Balie, has seen pretty serious differences in the speed, the intensity, and even genocidal outcomes. But also a relatively small country like Rwanda has seen differences in geographic variation. So how can we formulate a research agenda comparatively that can help us understand it? Second, future direction that can be interesting, I think, remains oral history. This is a research field in which I became more interested, really, because of Nanci Adler, who is, of course, oral historian. In that displacement of survivor communities leads memory to travel. So, if I'm interested in studying, for example, mass violence in Yemen, I don't necessarily need to travel to Yemen. I can do that virtually in this neighborhood in Amsterdam. So how can we develop oral histories of survivor communities of violence and incorporate their categories and their experiences in our conceptualizations? And finally, of course, rather unmistakably, digital research. So you might be aware that there are, of course, a large number of video clips of various conflicts. So if we only look at the Syrian conflict, according to estimates, there are up to 2.5 million to 3 million video clips of violence. There are, of course, NGOs that are archiving these materials. The language they use for that research is, to some extent, different from the language that we use in our social science and humanities vocabulary, in that they speak about harvesting social media data. For example, when they look at perpetrator profiles, indeed, perpetrators have Facebook profiles, they post things on them. So how can we use these materials in ways that are similar to, for example, the research that Bellingcat does when investigating open source materials? And I think these three issues definitely should feature in the future of genocide research. And finally, I agree with Omar that probably in 30 years we will be discussing this. The question is whether the same people will be discussing it. Let me thank Omar and myself for this response, and we can maybe go back to Dirk Moses for a quick response before I hand over to Nanci.
Okay, thanks very much for the very detailed and thoughtful responses and constructive and sympathetic responses by Omar and Uğur. You never know what people will do when they read your book and whether you're going to get a pasting or not. In any new project, there are two parts. There's the analysis of the problem, and then there's the solution. And as I see it, Omar and Uğur are broadly sympathetic with my analysis of the problems in the field, which I'm not the first person to articulate, after all. There are a lot of footnotes in the book where I pay my debts to those that have come before me. The other aspect is the solution, where there is obviously a difference of opinion. Now, we haven't got time to go into great detail. I want to make sure that other people get a chance to say something, but I'll just say this. I think the problems of genocide are so endemic that the concept really isn't useful anymore. And let me just remind you about one aspect of it. When the commentators say, well, we should exercise more conceptual precision and delineate genocide from other forms of political violence or ethnic violence, I would argue that we can beg the question, well, what cases are genocide then? Are the Uyghurs in China, in Xinjiang province, going to be considered a case of genocide? Who gets to decide these things? I mean, if the Holocaust is the archetype or the ideal type, which it seems to be in people's minds and in the minds of ICC prosecutors and judges when you read their judgments, then it's very hard for cases to measure up. And then you are in a situation of a hierarchy of crimes. and then necessarily a situation in which certain types of victims are highlighted over others, certainly not the kinds that are featured on the cover of my book. And then all kinds of structural violence by states is not only screened out, it's actually enabled. Because as I pointed out in a few of those quotations, states will say, we're not killing these people, we're not deporting these people because we have anything against them. It's because we're engaged in a security threat. And once we centralize the problem of excessive state security, we can really get at the DNA of all the different types of criminality that are articulated in different ways in international law, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and so forth. So I want to finish then by asking Ömer, why is security in the subtitle of your book? I'll leave it at that.
Okay, Omar, would you like to respond to that?
Yeah. So first of all, I hope, Dirk, that you do not feel that I gave you a pasting. That was certainly not my intention at all. Far from it. I have a huge respect for the fact that you have taken on a very thorny, long-standing problem that has dominated debate in this field, and were brave enough to put something out there for us to discuss. And it is through this process of this kind of conversation that the field advances. So just to be clear, that enormous respect for the fact that you have put this idea out there. I mean, I really like to open up to the audience, but just to answer Dirk's point about security, security is a very central dynamic. Insecurity is a very central dynamic in genocide. Feeling vulnerable, feeling threatened, I think there is no real debate around this. But is that the sole defining preeminent characteristic of genocide? That, I suppose, is where we might disagree, Dirk and I. I also have opportunity and authority in the subtitle of my book, along with security. But I think the conversation has to be around what we consider to be the conceptually distinct features of genocide. And I think that's, and then, as I said, I believe that we should try to reserve for the new types of violence that we are going to be observing, new concepts to describe those rather than an umbrella catch-all concept, because of the risk of conflating cases that might not be morally equivalent. I guess that's my central argument.
Okay, I would also like to note the famous book by Jacques Semelin, Purify and Destroy, in which he argued that security and identity were two of the main movers of genocides. Would you like to comment on it, Nanci?
Sure. Before I turn this over to the audience, because we have several questions, first of all, I would like to say that I share many of the views that all three of you have expressed. But I would like to say especially that I fully agree with Dirk's idea about the term genocide being way too limited and in many ways actually dangerous. Particularly eloquently expressed was, what does it matter to civilians if they are killed by violence inflicted with genocidal or military intent? The consequences to victims and survivors are often so similar that the label of genocide is not particularly helpful. If I take it back to a slide I showed this morning of these two gentlemen from now two disappeared generations, they could tell a lot about the effects that their experience had on them, and it could have been the same story. When we bring the label of genocide into the courts, it becomes such a high bar that it's possible that perpetrators are considering, well, I can fly under that radar anyway. So I think that it's a bit of a dangerous category. And I think one of the issues that our field is not addressing well are entrenched cultures of repression. And then I can get into, the aftermath, the many consequences in the aftermath of all of these, cases of extreme violence. And an entrenched culture of repression can lead to renewed cycles of violence. And I think these are some of the issues that we have to address going forward. And Omar was also talking about some of the conditions that we see in advance of these. And you take the 100 days of the Rwandan genocide, if we looked at some of the signs before and some of the consequences after, we also need to look at that. Otherwise, of course, the never again avowals will certainly be again. That was just part of my comment about how we can address some of these very common consequences with an understanding of the phenomenon that is actually more inclusive of, the victim's experience. That was my comment, but I think I should also proceed in the interest of time with the first question from the audience, and that is, taking the perspective of a future genocide studies scholar, what aspects of genocide are not investigated enough and need more analysis? And since that connected with my question, I'll throw it out there.
Is that to me in particular or to the panel as a whole?
I am guessing that it's to you, Dirk.
You can start, Dirk. Yeah.
Okay. You saw the table of contents for that Oxford book, which is going to press now, and you saw that it covers a huge variety of fields. It's not just the act of killing, but trauma studies. There's issues of prevention, which are important questions. International relations. There's the literary aspects. There's the people who work in political psychology and trauma, and there's a cottage industry of books and articles on trials. So, in each of these domains, there are many, they are applied to various case studies. So there's books on and articles on the ICTY, the ICTR, the ICC. So you can't, it's impossible for me to just pick one and say, well, we need more work there. I mean, people are working in all those domains and progress is being made. And undeniably over the last 20 years, and especially with generational change and, PhD students now and postdocs, the level of quality of research has increased. It becomes much more methodologically pluralistic. Not sure about political science. These guys, judging by the last panel, are very caught up in their own vocabulary, variables, quant, qual, all this kind of thing, which is not so interesting for historians. But not only is the quality of research and the extent of research increased, but the more cases are being brought in, which aren't necessarily part of the canonical genocides of the 20th century. And I'm observing this as a journal editor, seeing the kind of articles that are coming in. They don't always make it into print, but you can see where people are thinking, well, this might be something that could be classified as genocide. And so what I'm trying to encourage is scholars from outside the global north, so scholars based in Latin America and Africa and parts of Asia in particular, to submit articles on cases which they know much more about than people in the global north, because they're in it and they have ethnographic access to it and access to local sources and local languages. So it's less a case of what's missing, but of what we're trying to encourage. We've just commissioned a forum from Marie Berry, who's at the University of Colorado Boulder, with her team of researchers on women and resilience in post-genocide situations. So there's a lot of exciting work going on there, which is in the pipeline. And increasingly, I think the nexus between climate change and mass violence will be on the radar.
Thank you. Do you want to go with one of those, or?
Maybe we can add one thing to this, Dirk, which is that the Eurocentrism is still a really important factor if we look at the research on genocide and mass violence in general. So recently I heard that there's an annual output of 4,000 books on the Holocaust. But if we look at Mao's destruction of millions of Chinese peasants, or colonial genocides, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, for example, it remains almost unnoticed. So this imbalance in academic attention is also a problem of an imbalance of public attention for it. So, and of course, as you rightly argued, so Western authors mostly writing about it.
Yeah, I agree entirely. I mentioned the Congo and the Great Leap Forward famine case actually in the introduction to the book to point out that the level of mortality there taken together far exceeds the cumulative genocides that are typically listed in an undergraduate lecture course on genocide. And yet it occurs to very few people to include them in such a course. So how useful is the term genocide when we exclude the Great Leap Forward? If we are, like Lemkin, starting out with a premise that civilian casualties, the principle of distinction in international law, should be our guiding principle.
That's one of the reasons I think that the crimes of communism get into a very gray area in the genocide definition. We're talking about millions, camps, tortures, the idea being that no one actually got out alive, whether it was immediately destructive or just by virtue of the circumstances. So that's something that we also have to think about, how to include other categories of victims.
Yes, we're on the same page.
I know.
Can I ask maybe pose one last question from the audience before we close this session? And there's a question from, this is to Dirk, but Omar, please chime in if you wish. A question by Eva Kovacs of Utrecht University, and she asks, if we remove intent and focus on outcome, do we not inevitably fall into the numbers game as a distinguishing hierarchy-making future? So will that not, for example, take the example of the Chinese revolution, will then not numbers become the hierarchy?
Well, I think it depends very much on context. Numbers don't play, it's all proportions, right? So you're not going to get that scale of killing and mortality, say, in the settler colonial conquest of Australia, because the populations are much lower, okay? But you may be able to eliminate a local people by killing 60 people, right? So proportions are important, but it isn't, in my proposal, actually just a crime of outcomes, of strict liability. Intent is important, but the intent is permanent security. Now, let me distinguish this from regular security, which I did mention. And any state, like any human being, has a right to some personal or state security, right? Where it becomes problematic is when you move from vigilance to hypervigilance. Hypervigilance means you're walking around the street actively looking for people who might be attacking you, and then you might actually preemptively go and accost someone before you think they might hurt you, okay? Yes. That's the mentality of permanent security. And states that get themselves into, their security apparatus, get themselves into those situations, start acting preemptively, which is something that hasn't come up in the discussion so far, but central to the book, okay? Mm-hmm. It's not just reactive, it's preemptive. And I see that in the current drone campaign on the West. But you see it also in what we now call genocide. In all those cases, there's a preemptive aspect, which is, and it's also one in which just pacification of the situation is not the aim, but a permanent solution. So we're going to remove all the Armenians so that never again will we have an Armenian problem. we're going to really remove the Tutsi from Rwanda this time, so that we won't have an RPF invasion next time. Okay, it's a once and for all confrontation with an enemy, and in doing that, you're always going to be moving beyond soldiers and combatants, because the enemy is identified often as in collective terms, like as an entire people. And that's what I meant by even military logic bleeding into the mental world and genocide, because the total war theorists understood the enemy as entire populations. And if we needed to bomb them into submission, including their civilians, then we would do that. And you end up, so what you end up is with this distinction between military and genocidal intention, it's the same outcome. You can kill as many civilians through aerial bombing as you would in genocide, but one is classed as an egregious crime in international law, and one is not a crime at all. That's just one of those things that happens in warfare. Mm-hmm. I think that's untenable.
Thank you, Dirk. It is 5 o'clock here in Amsterdam. We've reached the end of the panel. I would like to thank all the panelists, Dirk Moses, Omar McDoom, Nanci Adler. And one final remark before we close and we take a 15-minute break. A number of colleagues have drafted a declaration to draw attention to the urgency of climate action by genocide scholars. We don't have the time to read the full text out aloud, but the link will be placed in the Zoom chat for anyone who would like to read it and/or sign it. Thank you, and 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Hey.
Welcome back, everyone, to our fourth panel, Reflections. In this panel, we will wrap up and tie together some of the threads of the different panels. We have two eminent scholars who will offer their reflections. Our first speaker will be Carol Gluck. She's a George Sansom Professor of History at Columbia University. She specializes in modern Japan from the late 19th century to the present, international relations, World War II, and history, writing, and public memory in Asia and the West. She served as the president of the Association for Asian Studies, has published very widely on Japan and other topics, and is the author of the forthcoming book, Past Obsessions, World War II in History and Memory. She will reflect on transitional times, transformational thoughts. Our second speaker is Siniša Malešević. He is professor and chair of sociology at University College Dublin and currently visiting fellow at the Netherlands Institute for Advanced Studies and NIOD. His research interests include the comparative historical and theoretical study of ethnicity, nation-states, nationalism, war, and violence. He's the author of 9 and editor of 8 books, including The Sociology of War and Violence, 2010, and The Rise of Organized Brutality, 2017, which won the 2018 Outstanding Book Award from the American Sociological Association. He's currently writing a monograph on the micro-sociology of fighting and killing in warfare. He will speak on the sociology of genocide. So, Professor Gluck, over to you.
Everybody for really is that all right?
Yes.
Thanks everybody for what I thought was an extremely interesting and provocative afternoon. I'd like to give you just a couple of comments which are in the way of a very personal view of the big picture, if you like. I believe that we are living right now in a time of transition, literally a transition, a bridging period, what Koselleck called a Zadelzeit, between the past and the future, continuous with both, but different. And the 20th century is behind us. The post-war world order is behind us. Politics is playing differently throughout the world. The definitions of economic development, changing nature of work, the relation of technology and society, the alterations in the processes of globalization. I think it's just a time of transition that offers us opportunities. And of course, it's also the end of living memory for World War II and the Holocaust, which now are falling beyond what has been called the horizon of contemporaneity. So uncertain, but interesting times. And it's against that backdrop that I want to think first about 20th century legacies to our fields, the goals, approaches, values, and languages that we've used in studying and managing bad pasts. Maybe two groups, just to make it simple. One, the goal of justice, which was first pursued through trials of perpetrators, what became a so-called justice cascade of trying political leaders, whether it was for Holocaust crimes or crimes in Rwanda and the former Yugoslavia. That was linked to movements for redress, restitution, very important words, for the victims of atrocities, genocide, and of violations of human rights. And this was true, of course, not only of Holocaust survivors, but the Asian comfort women. This would, depending to some extent on trials, but much more on civil society activism. And this, justice, redress, were linked to changing concepts of responsibility, particularly calling governments to account, whether demanding compensation, apology, or other aspects of the politics of memory. That's the first cluster, I think, of the 20th century legacies. The second has to do with the goal of peace or post-conflict resolution in a movement from war to peace or from authoritarianism toward democracy, or a mixture of both. And here it was the importance of stability, unity, and the rule of law. This is the realm of transitional justice. And the term there is reconciliation. which is the term that it was so prominent in the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions around the world, so that societies would not be forever divided into perpetrators and victims. And that includes local communal justice like Gacaca in Rwanda. And in this cluster, peace, stability, reconciliation, truth became very important. That is to say, truth-telling as a path to repair souls and societies. And I think that was the kind of legacy. I think we also, my second point, we learned some lessons in the 20th century. I think among the changes for the better, I think, are first, we definitely expanded and extended the language of rights, human rights, civil rights, the human rights of women, the rights of indigenous peoples, the rights of minorities, the right to the truth, etc. This is largely a post-war product, but written across the 20th century. Secondly, I think we now both experience and acknowledge greater transnational connections, commonalities in goals, processes, and values in what I call a global memory culture that has largely evolved since the war, so that the Holocaust, as we know, like the comfort women, have become traveling tropes, just as modes of transitional justice have traveled and have changed, so too the notion of post-conflictual resolution. Third, the sometimes overwhelming emphasis on memory as a means to justice, to redress, or to concord. So it's never again, nunca más in Latin America, and never forget in many parts of the world, which has created a tremendous emphasis on education for future generations, on memorials, memorializations, and the other aspects of the age we live in, which in many ways is an age still of memory. Well, those were the changes in the 20th century, but I think the 20th century also, the lessons brought us cautions as well. And I will just mention four. First of all, ideas and practices are global, but they are not universal. It's a word that I absolutely would not use, not only about the Holocaust, but about very little else. Local context matters a great deal, and one size does not fit all. The Truth and Reconciliation Commissions in Latin America, South Africa, Africa, and Cambodia could not have been more different, and the reason was the local context. The International Center for Transitional Justice now speaks about justice mosaics. In other words, transitional justice is a series of little approaches, not a singular tool. And of course, the genocides were different too, as we know. One scholar has now called for a radical humility in confronting the cultural and political situatedness of each violence-torn community. Number two, I think we have to be humble also about the limits of our concepts and practices. We know the limits of the law. It was difficult enough to try perpetrators, but the courtroom is no place to put history on trial. We recognize the limits of truth-telling to create unity and bring reconciliation. I mean, there was no way, as Elizabeth Helene once memorably said, that the mothers of the Plaza de Mayo and those in the government that disappeared their families can accept one another's truth. And we see the limits of collective memory as a means or modality, either to bring people together, for there will always be conflict and contestation, or to prevent a repetition of the evils. And I think we've heard today quite a bit about the limits of our own definitions and concepts, Eurocentric assumptions, moral hierarchies, terms worn down to a nubbin or stretched like genocide, so thin as to no longer do the work in the world that they originally intended to. There's a kind of conceptual insufficiency which goes along, I think, with changing times. And lastly, number four, in terms of 20th century lessons, and perhaps most of all, I think that many of us need to acknowledge the limits of our own right-mindedness. I really do think that many scholars of the Holocaust, war, genocide, transitional justice, we chose and we picked our subjects, and we were comparative and we were open to phenomenon in different times and places, But as Amos said, and others too, we certainly overlook the vicious expanse of colonial atrocities, of genocides of indigenous peoples, of post-colonial violence, which accounted for so much 20th century horror. And there's no question to me that our concepts and categories would be different today if we had started with the crimes of empire rather than with those much closer to home. And actually, from that point of view, I would probably admit that my notion of a transitional period that we're living in is not shared by many of the peoples around the world who feel that the world is not yet in a transition, or at least not in transition enough. And here I am not talking about the two narratives. I actually think that Charlie Mayer's two narratives of the two kinds of modernity are very, very much last century. I think that was true of the end of the 20th century. Right, I'm talking now about the actual history and the violence itself, not the post-colonial narrative versus the Western narrative. Along the same lines, in terms of our understanding or admitting our right-mindedness, I would say that we were inclined to believe that understanding how wars and genocides happen and finding ways to deal openly with their aftermath would somehow improve things, would make the world a better place. I think we were nestled in a comparatively liberal second half of the 20th century cocoon. And I think a lot of us believed, even if covertly, not out loud, in progress. And I think it's useful to remember that one of the origins of transitional justice was in the transition from authoritarianism to democracy. And that had a very strong normative lens. It was as if more memory, greater knowledge, more political investment in accountability and human rights, broader attention to perpetrators and victims, greater awareness of social ills and biases would somehow have sway over history. And now we live in a time of populist leaders around the globe who actively promote what one scholar has called illiberal memory. And the narratives are moving in another, almost opposite direction to many of those that we upheld or promoted. This is our challenge, and this is our times. So we need not only to oppose, but also to understand why and how these revisionist, as we call them, narratives are now having so great an appeal and so much a sway over history. So that leads me to the conclusion of the 21st century challenges. I think we've heard them today. One, I think we have to enlarge the compass of our work, not only to include colonial and post-colonial violence and ethnic cleansing that goes on all the time, or something that's happening in Tigray in Indonesia today, in Ethiopia today, but also the changed nature of war, which is what Dirk is pointing to when he talks about the centrality of civilians, and Stathis too with his non-state actors. Things have changed, and we need to address the changes as they are. And when we do that, we need to work, I think, on the ground, localizing the context and studying mass violence without importing our existing templates or maybe even our terms. And we've heard some of the ways to do that. The oral histories, we talk about the people's experience, quantitative analysis, digital, but basically we're calling for empirical studies, but together with the conceptual venturesomeness that both Stathis and Omar called for. In other words, we're not simply empirical scholars. We have to marry the two, but we do need to work on the ground. I think we also need to respect the iconic events, but not the moral hierarchies. This is how I answer the Holocaust question. The Holocaust is an iconic event, but it does not occupy the top of any moral hierarchy. It is not the archetype, prison, or paradigm. It's more like, I think as a historian, it's more like what happened to the French Revolution, which became iconic and thrust its meaning forward across centuries in time, but not the same meaning for those people who invoke it. And that's why the transgenerational legacies that Amos spoke about are so important here. And lastly, in terms of the 21st century challenges, I think we need to be forthright in defining our goals. I mean, I will put my cards on the table and say that I don't write history just for the sake of finding out what happened in the past. I write history for the sake of changing the world. So what is our goals? Are we contesting national myths? Are we filling in blank spots or silences? A lot of this, it goes back to the history of the NIOD over 75 years. Who is our audiences? Are we writing for one another? Are we writing for policymakers? Are we writing for the public in the so-called public of public memory? I think we need to know that. I think in the 21st century, we owe that to ourselves as scholars, and in my case, as activists. So I am an optimist here. I think that transitional times offer opportunities for transformational thoughts. I do think we need new concepts, but I also think we can renew and should renew existing ones. I think also that we should address structural elements, what Nanci called for the abiding structures of repression, or Dirk's reference to climate change. These are structural things that need to be addressed if we're going to understand and, if possible, suggest some resolution to these abiding, endemic, systemic issues of mass violence. But I think there's no better moment than now to study both the past and the present with an eye toward changing the future. It will, I think, however, be harder today than it was a few decades ago. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Gluck. I've been taking some copious notes. I'll give a very brief response before we move to Professor Malešević. And there are two issues here. I think one is listening to people who have survived violence, who have experienced it, has always surprised me. It has always forced me to develop an awareness of how our concepts, our cookie cutter concepts, or our straitjacket models, when they hit the reality, they also hit the obduracy of these communities, survivor communities and perpetrator communities. So, for example, when we look at the concept of reconciliation, I mean, there are right now millions, hundreds of millions of people live in uneasy multi-ethnic coexistence in communities or in regions where there is no mass violence yet. So when I once asked a Syrian interviewee of how he understood reconciliation after the massacres, after the sexual violence, the bombing and leveling of his neighborhood, he asked me the question: if you're implying that we should return or go back to coexisting in a humiliated situation, which was the case before this conflict began, then that's not my definition of reconciliation. So that's one issue. And the second issue you could maybe briefly respond to is transition period, definitely, and deeply ambivalent. And I would like to ask you to respond a little bit to the ambivalence. Well, on the one hand, we have a civil society, global civil society, that's stronger than ever. We're all connected through social media. There are movements that are united transnationally. And so the civil society, on the one hand, is stronger than ever. On the other hand, there's also what Omar McDoom already mentioned, the democratic recession. So to give one tiny example, the mass incarceration of Uyghurs in China, if we look at some of the leaked documents that were published of the organization of that incarceration in the camps, it shows a really pernicious awareness also of the risks of transparency and of the risks of transitional justice in the future. So on top of course, the authoritarian technological dystopia. So that's deeply ambivalent as well. On the one hand, a profound democratic recession. On the other hand, a stronger global civil society. So these two issues, if you could briefly respond to it.
Yes. Oh, I'm very glad that you actually brought these up, but particularly asking the second question, because in fact, I am not optimistic about I'm not all that positive, if you want to put put it, about the transnational capacity to override nationalism on the one hand, or political power on the other. I mean, yes, global civil society exists, but the members of global civil society do not agree with one another. They may actually be working for the same cause. This is something I know about in terms of the movement for justice for the comfort women. They have the same goal in one sense, but they do have different political and ideological interests. They are not pursuing the same objective. So on the one hand, global civil society exists. On the other hand, it too is very local. There are exceptions, but even when they sound as if they're doing the same thing, they're not. So there's ambivalence even within something like global civil society. On the other side, which is to say what's actually happening in the world, democratic recession, the understanding of the risks of, as you said, transparency or whatever, this is the world we live in. I think that's the transition. The transition is that we don't have a set, we don't have 2 sets or 3 sets or even 4 sets of vying, contesting political or ideological premises. And that fragmentation makes it very, very difficult. Social media does not overwhelm the fragmentation, does not provide the glue. I mean, let me give you an example. If you look at early 20th century anarchism, people who were anarchists were tied together around the world without social media, I will tell you. and there was a global movement, if you want to call it, an anarchist movement. It was in China, it was in Europe, it was all over the place. That's not what's happening now. So I think that part of the transition here is that we should not overemphasize the globality or the transnational connections, and pay close attention to the way the populist leaders and the way national societies are looking at the world from their points of view, but which very often have little in common with their seeming counterparts in other parts of the world. So I think ambivalence is the right word, and maybe it's even too mild a word for the inchoateness or the instability, even of our, if you like, ruling ideologies, political and social, in the world that we live in today.
Thank you very much. Perfectly in time, we'll move on to our next and our final speaker, Professor Malešević.
Okay, thanks very much, Uğur, and the organizers for inviting me and putting this together. It was really an excellent conference so far, and I've learned a great deal. So as you mentioned, I'm a historical sociologist who studies war and organized violence in general. So I share maybe with Stathis this emphasis on trying to see where are the links across different forms of organized violence. And obviously genocide is the most extreme form of organized violence. And I think across these different discussions that we had today, we could see there are at least 2 different understandings of genocide. One is kind of leaning more towards the legal side of it, focusing on kind of culpability of perpetrators, moral responsibility, the crime aspect of it, then the more kind of social science version of it, if you like, more really on the context and structures that generate genocidal outcomes, if you like. So I'm probably more on this other side, although Carol has made some really good links between the 2, I think. So what I want to do is really to look at the way what sociology can contribute to this discussion, because sociologists have largely been not seen as much as historians, let's say, or political scientists and experts in genocide studies, but I think sociology has a lot to contribute. First, and perhaps very important thing, is that genocide is a form of social relationship. It is a profoundly asymmetrical form of social relationship, but it's a social relationship nevertheless, which means that we have to look at the way how people behave, how social groups operate, how groupness is formed. I think this is a point touched in some respects by Dirk and a few others, the genocide really underpins groupness. It defines you that you are a member of a certain group. It imposes on you a certain identity that you might not necessarily have or want to have, but you eventually end up having it because of the way how institutions are structured, it enforces it. And then we accept these categories given. And I think sociology is good in this kind of bringing the more processed relational categories and challenging this kind of static view of the world and, seeing human beings as being members of designed groups and fixed groups. And so I think we shouldn't really reify groups. I think genocide studies should be first to challenge these kind of understanding of human beings. So what I want to do, I want to look at, I don't have much time, so I'll look at the three processes, historical processes that I usually use when I analyze organized violence, because I think they can help us a little bit in understanding the long-term dynamics of genocide. So first of these is really what I call coercive organizational capacity. So obviously states play a huge part in this. But as Carol mentioned, there are also important non-state organizations that play a very important role. We know throughout different genocides, the role of paramilitaries, the role of militaries and political parties and, assassination groups and all sorts of kind of organized entities that are there. So in sociology, from Bauman all the way to Martin Shaw and Michael Mann's The Dark Side of Democracy, there has been the emphasis on modernity of genocide. That obviously you cannot have genocide, in a kind of pre-modern context because you don't have a bureaucratic state and so on. Some people like Bauman have emphasized the instrumental rationality is playing a really crucial part in that, and particularly this kind of post-enlightenment view that you have to have targets and goals and, institutions are there and they can be used for anything. So, his image of the factory as being really metaphor of this age. The factory can produce shoes and it can produce corpses. So in a sense, that's the point that he's making. And the idea that discipline becomes a substitute for moral responsibility. But some of this needs to be qualified in some thing, and I think historians have done that well. Ian Kershaw, who's a kind of very sociological historian, with his concept of working towards fear was good because he showed that, the Nazi Germany was not this kind of, a super organized bureaucracy that was very disorganized in many respects. There was a lot of this competition between different organizations. And I think Stathis mentioned that point of, that most people were killed outside of that camps, outside of this kind of factory model of death in the open fields and all these other things. So what I want to emphasize here, I take much of Mann and Bauman. I think many points that they make are very important, and they draw on Weber in many respects of the kind of monopoly and the legitimate use of violence. But I think there has been too much emphasis on this kind of instrumental rationality, and the focus should really be on coercive capacity. This is what matters. Really, if you don't have a coercive capacity, you cannot make genocide happen in some respect. So states have enormous coercive capacities. This is what defines the states. Even the states that present themselves as the kind of this fluffy and lovely and nice, they are defined by coercive, capacity. They can force people to do things. There is a division of labor. There is a, sort of chain of command. There is an element of obedience in democracies as well. There are so many things you cannot do. Even if you want to. But so other social organizations do that as well. Paramilitaries, and Uğur has written a really good book on this, showing the links between the states and paramilitaries, political parties, police, all sorts of organizations. They are all involved in, you have to coordinate lots of people, thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, to kind of destroy their cultural institutions, to displace them, to transport them, eventually to annihilate them. So you need all these. You need transport and communication networks, complex division of labor, planning, chains of supply, logistics, centralization of power. All of these things are important, and they are coercive. That's the point. It doesn't really matter whether they're built for instrumental reasons or not. They rely on coercion, and that's very important. So I think we should shift this focus from kind of image of the factory more into the past. So I would agree that genocides are modern, but they're built on legacies from the previous epochs, because obviously state has been around for 10,000 years in one way or another, and other social organizations have been around. What has changed is the kind of capacity of these entities that we have today. And Carol has mentioned this, I think in her talk as well. All these new technologies that we have allow us to increase coercive capacities. And they are now legitimized. That's why they're less visible. States can do so much more now than they were ever able to do in the past, despite all the kind of shouting that emperors were able to do in ancient China or anywhere else. Today, leaders don't have to shout anything. They implement these decisions quickly and very coercively. So I call this process cumulative bureaucratization of coercion. It's a long-term process that has been around for thousands of years, but it has intensified in the last 300 years. So this is one element. And I think here we can make links with Amos's point about colonial genocides, because here we see the links were there. I mean, the very good book by Suga and Eriksson on Namibia is really great, because it shows, how there is a great organizational and ideological continuity between what happened in Southwest Africa and later in the Holocaust. We already have death camps, we already have slave labor, we already have documenting of camp inmates, we have ethnic hierarchies, we have dehumanization, mass murder of civilians in open fields. All of these things have happened before Holocaust. So there's a really continuity there, very clear continuity, which is important to study. So this is the first point. The second point, and I'll probably have to rush through all these points when I see now the time, is the importance of ideology. So coercion works best when it's justified, when it's legitimized. So you need ideology, but not only just the doctrine, because there are so many doctrines, and we know the doctrines are there to justify racism and everything else. But what matters is also ability to penetrate society. So this is sociologically really important. So the ideological penetration matters a great deal. Pre-modern states were not able to do this. Patricia Crone and John Hall called them capstone models of rule, where you essentially, political elites don't penetrate deeply into communal structures of their polities. These are not kind of societies that are integrated. You have parallel societies coexisting, sort of conglomerate of society. You don't have, again, organizational capacity, you don't have transport and communication, you don't have literacy rates, all of these things that we take for granted now that are present in modernity. So ideological penetration is very limited, quite limited, and it tends to be confined to small groups of individuals across different social strata. So elites, use legitimacy to justify their actions and to mobilize each other, but not the rest of the society. For that, you need a lot of organization in place and many things which are not there. And a good example, again, is nationalism. Nationalism is a doctrine that starts in some respects 17th, 18th century, but it's really a 20th century and 21st century phenomenon. When you have mass literacy, when you have global thing, and again, Carol was talking about this as well, you need these institutions to become strong and robust, and then everybody becomes nationalized. So we don't really live in a world that is globalized, we live in a world that is globally nationalized in that respect. What we see is a widening of ideological support base. And this is crucial for genocidal projects, because genocides ultimately grow out of ideologies that have a substantial degree of popular support. I'm not saying that people support genocide, I'm saying that they build on already ideologies that have penetrated in there. So this is why it's easier to accept, or at least for a large number of people to accept the genocidal thing, not as such, but something has happened, war, we had to defend ourselves, these were traitors and blah, 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 blah. And this is linked in some respect to maybe what I call ontological dissonance, which means that in a post-Enlightenment age, we have a very different view of other human beings. We do accept that there is equal moral worth. We are all human beings and we have to treat each other equally. But precisely because we have this sense of equality, we introduce categories to define some people that they're not humans. This is where the humanization comes in. You need dehumanization. You don't need dehumanization in a pre-modern world where it's clear that peasants are, subordinate, they're inferior, they're different species to you. In a modern world, we accept we are all human beings, there are human rights and all these other things, but in order to exclude them to justify violence at a massive scale, you have to define them as being subhuman or suprahuman. So there's a lot, obviously, work in genocide studies on humanization, And the process is very, very complex. And Aliza Luft has written really good articles on complexity of dehumanization. It doesn't work always, and but it's an important element because that allows dehumanization works when it's well integrated into existing ideological frameworks. It doesn't work outside. You cannot impose it suddenly. It has to be built on already something that is already there. So modern individuals do not easily consent to mass murder, but they gradually you can delegitimize and create these situations where they accept things or deny them or say, oh, no, it never happened. This was no genocide and things like that, which is still very much the case in the context of Bosnian genocide and many others, where there's a rampant genocide denial and many other cases. Okay, and the third point that I want to make very briefly, so here we have these two large-scale organizational processes, the coercive capacity and the ideological penetration. But what you need is also interpersonal context, the micro context, and some people have already mentioned the importance of micro studies in genocide, because a lot of kind of radicalization is a step-by-step phenomenon, gradual phenomenon. And we know that, again, from very good historical studies from Browning and Fuller and many others on kind of ordinary men, how they become sort of, how violence becomes routinized, how you accept it. Initially, you don't want to do it, but others are doing it. You're learning how to become a killer, ultimately. So what matters here is really the importance of these small-scale groups, close-knit groups. A lot of genocide perpetrators are operating similarly to revolutionary conspirators or terrorist groups or anybody who's really involved in violence. I also made some links between gang members, and Stathis has mentioned that as well. MS-13, they have a very interesting and very similar way of how they operate on a micro level to how genocide perpetrators do. There's this thing of shared experience of bloodletting, that sense that reinforces group bonds. We are attached to each other. So there is a moral universe here. It's a perverse moral universe, but there is one in place where, sort of a solidarity of killers. They feel that they're doing something which is part of their sense of loyalty to the other members of their group. So they think they are morally right in most cases. They don't think they're morally wrong, even though they obviously are. So this is an important thing. This shared experience of microgroup, sense of attachment, emotional attachment to members of your kind of unit, military or whatever, whoever you are as a perpetrator. And then there is another microgroup that matters, this external microgroup, sense of attachment to family, friends, peer groups outside, because you are doing this for others. And we have that, let's say, Eichmann is often mentioned, how he defended himself by invoking, he was just obeying the orders. But, there is really interesting to look at Eichmann's dying words, where he said, I greet my wife, my family, and my friends. I'm ready. We'll meet again soon, as is the fate of all men. It's interesting, how he's referring to people that matter to him, to his family and friends. Ultimately saying everything what I've done for this group that mattered to me. I don't care about the rest of the world. I have my moral framework, which is only narrowly defined along the lines of this small group that I care about. So this is really well theorized by people like Fiske and Rai. They talk about virtuous violence, where people, kill others precisely because they think they are right. They have right to do this. This is a sort of since morality involves regulation of social relations, the use of violence is a mechanism to regulate their relations. They think this is the way they are regulating these relations. So they're, killing people. And I think the Himmler's 14 infamous, Poznan speeches are great in that respect, because if you look at what he's saying it's difficult, it's repugnant. We have to do something. We have to kill Jewish children and women, and this is extremely difficult, but it's necessary because your family, your friends will live that way. So it's a perverse discourse. But it's important for us to understand this discourse because it tells us again about sociological context where this is happening. So it is, as I said in the beginning, genocide is a form of social relation, and we have to understand it on these terms. So I'll stop here. I'm maybe a little bit over the time.
Thank you very much, Siniša. Well, this only proves that we could be speaking for hours here, but it has already been hours, and so we will continue. But maybe one short response to razor-sharp analysis of the three processes. So on the one hand, you have the coercive organizational capacity, which is more or less accessible for research. The ideology often is spouted, more or less accessible for research. But the interpersonal context at the micro level, these close-knit groups are very often hermetically closed and sealed and very difficult to penetrate as researchers. So I know this from my own research, 10 years of research on Syrian perpetrators, and it's been quite a ride with these men. So could you give some examples from your own interviews with the men that you have interviewed of how to penetrate that level and how to gain meaningful data and information in your own research, also as advice to future students?
Yeah, that's a very good point. And it's not an easy, it's very difficult to get that kind of access, that kind of information. There are obviously, some of this is done through analysis of letters and memoirs, which may not be, true. There's, the famous book of secret recordings of prisoners of war, which is probably more truthful in that sense. You get more information from the two German scholars, the names escape me now. What I've done is mostly through interviews. Again, I was interviewing people who didn't say they were involved in genocide, obviously, but they were soldiers. And it was very difficult to get access. So you had to do this through all sorts of different channels. And once you get a degree of trust, then they would recommend you to others. So I did interview people for this book that I'm now finishing. So these are soldiers who did kill other people, but in a fight. So I mean, it's a very difficult topic. So, and the book is about killing and fighting and things like that. Again, there is always that question of trust, whether what they're saying is reliable, but you interview many people and eventually you do get a sense of what is really going on, what was going on. With the genocide perpetrators, that's even more difficult, obviously, because there is the whole area of they know that they will be persecuted. And even in this case, because I've interviewed Bosnian Serb soldiers and Bosnian Croat soldiers, and they were worried they will end up in Hague. This was a number of years ago. That was the same thing. We did interviews with the former IRA members, and there was a case in Boston. In Boston, when researchers were required to give away their transcripts to court. So there is always that element. It's very difficult to do this kind of research, but it's possible, and I think we should do it as much as we can in so many different ways. And you mentioned the kind of social media where these perpetrators themselves send information and put it out there.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Siniša. Well, we've come to the end of our symposium. The title of the symposium was 20 Years Holocaust and Genocide Studies, looking backward, moving forward. But I think by now we can be firmly looking forward. This is not the end, of course, but an ongoing conversation. There are indeed gaps and disconnects between the various fields. But today, I think we showed that we can manage to open vistas by starting conversations and developing conversations to show increased awareness of our fields. I would like to thank everybody who was involved in the organization of this symposium. I would like to thank all the speakers as well, and we will meet again.